Hello everyone. Today, a very interesting story awaits you. And before it starts, I would like to ask you to like this video and subscribe to the channel. This story begins with how the heavens parted, and the girl, at the speed of light, began to fly down from there. It was Mu Yun Hwan who was thinking about how she had never been able to awaken the heavenly phoenix. Even if she died, nothing would have worked out. Her whole life flashed before her eyes. She recalled the sidelong glances and bullying from which she had suffered in recent years. Our heroine constantly experienced only horror, pain, and hopelessness. After some time, she hit the ground with all her strength as the speed was great. Holding her wounded side, Huan threw all bad thoughts aside and decided that she had to live no matter what. The girl was wandering through the dark forest and suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small house appeared in front of her, which meant that there must be someone there who could help her. Examining it, Mu wondered where a wooden structure could have appeared in the deep thicket. She thought it was strange. She felt that something was wrong here, although everything looked normal, but she had no other options. Suddenly, Huan began to feel her wounds begin to heal. She was surprised how this was possible, because she was practically exhausted. Now, she had the opportunity to think about what was wrong with this place and examine everything in detail. Here, not only did the animals exude a heavenly aura, but it also seemed as if every tree and plant had been personally selected by the deities. The sign especially caught her attention. The hieroglyphs on it seemed to be written by dragons and snakes, which united them into one. The girl thought that she could have inadvertently broken into the lands of some not ordinary person. If this is true, then maybe he will give her medicine that will help save her. Suddenly, our heroine heard a male voice greeting her. Turning around, she saw a young man heading towards her. When he came closer, Huan was very surprised that this man was so young and handsome. The guy poured her a cup of tea with aloe and ginger, after which he added that he personally prepared it. The drink is still hot, so the stranger can warm up a little. Our heroine was very surprised that the young man was so kind to her and wondered if she could really drink it. Noticing that the girl stood at a loss and did not answer anything, the guy asked if everything was okay. Maybe she didn't like tea with such ingredients. The girl already asked out loud in surprise that she could really drink it. The young man replied that yes, let her not be shy and feel at home. I thought to myself that she was cute, but didn't seem to be very smart, but at first glance it seemed the opposite. It's just tea. Why did she hesitate so much? Mu thought that the name of the store sounded like it would have been opened by an ordinary person. But in reality, the master who stands in front of her simply does not want to reveal his true nature. Therefore, he deliberately behaves as a simple store owner would behave. She was delighted with her own intelligence and how cleverly she guessed everything at once. But she thought that since he didn't want to show himself, she should keep quiet. Otherwise, she might accidentally offend him. Having finished her tea, the girl began to feel a surge of vitality. This drink completely restored her spiritual energy. It seems that if she constantly drinks this kind of tea, her cultivation level will also begin to rise. Then she thought that everything had become completely clear to her. This young man realized that she could not regain her inner strength on her own and decided to secretly help her. Out loud, she simply expressed words of gratitude. The young man looked at her in confusion and thought that she seemed to be feeling better. In appearance, it looks like a cultivator. In any case, the population of this world is stronger than him, the time traveler. After which he bowed to the girl and said that she was very well brought up. In this world, cultivators are at the top. They are able to fly to the very skies and calmly make their way underground. These people can stop the river with one finger. They are also capable of breaking mountains and boiling seas. It costs them nothing to get stars from the sky and use them instead of eyes. Qian Chen is really a time traveler who accidentally ended up in the unknown world of Xianxia several years ago. Initially, he was very happy and proud that he came here and thought that he could become like his favorite protagonists of the novels that the guy read in his previous life. But soon, a harsh reality emerged. Once, a young man tried to pass a test at a meeting on ascension to immortality, where he was told that he had no talent at all. And without it, it is impossible to achieve any success, so such people are destined to remain mortal. He had to give up his dream, so he found a secluded place in which he decided to live completely alone. Sometime later, our hero accidentally discovered fully upgraded abilities from his past life. He knew how to play chess, fencing, winemaking, write competently, and much more. Therefore, over time, the young man managed to make the transition to immortality on his own. There is a saying that if you rely only on a lot of skills, you won't be able to feed yourself by relying on them alone. So Qian opened a grocery store and set up a stall. While the young man was thinking, Juan looked at him in bewilderment and did not understand why the master fell silent. Then the girl accidentally drew attention to the sculpture that stood behind her new acquaintance. She couldn't believe her eyes because it was a hatching phoenix bird. Suddenly, fiery energy appeared around her, and Mu did not understand what was happening as the power of the ancestral blood of the immortal phoenix activated in her body. Meanwhile, the young man tried to shout to her, and hearing his voice, the girl seemed to come to her senses and exhale. Juan thought that the hereditary power manifested itself too suddenly. If the master had not stopped it in time, her body might simply not have withstood such an onslaught. The girl realized that in a short period of time, the elder had already saved her twice, so she thanked him. Chen didn't understand why she was expressing gratitude to him. Had she really gone crazy after cultivating? Then the girl pointed her finger at the sculpture and asked where he got it from. The young man replied that he didn't know what to do a few days ago, so he decided to cut it out of boredom. Juan was dumbfounded that the guy did such a thing just out of nothing to do and didn't even pay attention to it. This item contains the true spirit of the phoenix. If she can go back with him, then in just half a month she will be able to fully awaken the physical form of the immortal bird. The girl thought that the master managed to get her in some abandoned place or even ruins, but not that he himself personally created it. The guy said that if she liked this shapeless chicken, then Mu could take it for himself, for just a few silver taels. Juan was so nervous because she didn't understand what tael was, but then it dawned on her that this is what human currency is called. After which she clarified that she would definitely be able to take this statue in exchange for some silver. The young man replied that, of course. I thought to myself, that isn't it normal that you need to pay for purchases? Or that she planned to take it for herself and simply not pay. Juan exclaimed that she understood everything. It's just a test of honesty and good intentions. After which she thought that she had no silver coins, but had something more interesting and began to remove the bracelet from her hand. The jade ornament was given to her by her mother before going to heaven. It was not some powerful magical artifact, but it was very important to her, as a memory. To hand over this bracelet to the master meant for her to recognize him as an authority on an equal footing with her parents. After which she handed it to the young man and said that she did not have silver, but she had this, and perhaps it would be suitable as payment. Chen thought to himself that he could carve a large number of such figures in one morning, and her bracelet looked too expensive. He answered her out loud that, in his opinion, the figurine was not worth as much as this luxurious decoration. The girl was amazed that he refused, and that what she was worried about still happened. The elder really decided to give her a test. She decided to pass it at all costs, and exclaimed that for this jade bracelet, the young man could get 10,000 gold coins, not to mention silver ones. Qian almost fainted when he heard the amount he could get for this wooden chicken, which he didn't even spend much time on. Then the young man collected his thoughts and silently handed her the wooden figurine, after which he said that she has excellent taste and he is satisfied with such conditions because the offer is very profitable. The girl thanked him, and in her heart she was very glad that she was able to pass the master's test. The young man replied that there is no need for thanks, because everything happens by chance. Juan agreed with him and asked if she would have the opportunity to meet him again in the future. Chen was surprised by this question, but replied that of course he lives here permanently, and if she wants, he can come in at any time when it is convenient for her. Some time later, our heroine continued to think about the master and tried to understand at what level of the kingdom he was. After all, there are a considerable number of them, and each is stronger than the other. By developing your level of mastery through cultivation, you can comprehend the next realm. But then she threw all her thoughts aside and thought that it didn't matter, because at the moment she should be worried about something completely different. Now the most important thing is to resolve the issue of awakening the physical form of the immortal phoenix. This must be done quickly and efficiently. Also, starting from today, the girl will be responsible for her own life. The next morning, Chen woke up early and stretched, thinking that it was time to go open his own store in the city. The young man packed all the necessary things into a bag and hit the road. Mentally, he hoped that this time he could earn some money, because he had not eaten meat for a very long time. People say that many years ago in Yuhua, there was a continuous trading area where disciples of the Holy Land made deals. Over time, mortals began to settle there, and gradually it turned into a town with a small population. Walking through the market, the young man heard the shouts of traders from different directions, who were trying to sell their goods as profitably as possible. Suddenly, he met people whom he had helped in his time, and they thanked him for everything he had done, because without his knowledge of medicine, the old man's daughter Li would no longer be alive. On this street, many people were suffering from terrible headaches and fever. All of them were cured by Qian Chen. The guy often helped beggars for nothing, so the mortals of Yuhua City knew him very well. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a subordinate reminded Qi Xuan that it would be his father's birthday soon. The guy replied that he was aware and wanted to present a good gift to the emperor on his holiday, which could not be compared with the gifts from other princes. Then he reminded his servant that he had asked him many times not to address him as Your Highness, but instead to say Young Master. This young man was very worried about the upcoming emperor's birthday. All of his prince brothers are not only very talented, but also have support from their mother's clans, so they have great financial resources. Therefore, it may not even be necessary to specify that Qi is no match for them, but he most of all does not want to be humiliated by one of his brothers. So he specially went out into the street in order to find a special gift for his father. Suddenly, the guy began to feel huge fluctuations in spiritual energy and could not understand what was happening to him. This turned out to be the highest form of sword intent, something the prince had never felt before. The servant asked in confusion why he stood rooted to the spot. But the young man only thought that it seemed that some great practitioner had appeared nearby who followed the path of the sword. Looking around, the prince saw Chen and thought that although this man has an outstanding appearance, there are no fluctuations in magical power emanating from him, which means it cannot be him. But then, his attention was drawn to the words that were written on the canvas next to him. Chai realized that the enormous spiritual energy was coming from him, so he decided to go over and talk to him. Chen thought at this time that the time had finally come to trade, and the prince was thinking about what was wrong with this mortal. Suddenly, the servant pulled Saiwan by his robe and he jumped in surprise. Then he asked what he was doing. The man whispered in the prince's ear that, in his opinion, this guy only looks like a mortal, but in fact, he is an incomparable expert and is simply hiding his essence. The young man muttered in shock that, how could he not have guessed it himself? Was he really seeing with his own eyes the legendary return to origins? Then he slapped his charge on the back with all his might and exclaimed that he had done right in taking him with him. The guy replied that he simply did what was necessary. The prince nevertheless came closer to our hero and greeted him, calling him master. Chen responded affably that he was glad to have his visitors, but he thought to himself that it was clearly a rich man who had approached him. The thought flashed through Chi's mind that apparently the young man was simply having fun in this way, namely by selling goods, and there was nothing shameful about it. In the meantime, Qian said they can look around and choose what they like. The prince was struck by its simplicity, because any of the artifacts located here could make a large number of people simply go crazy with greed. Again, drawing attention to the canvas that initially interested him, the guy asked where the owner got it from. The young man calmly replied that he wrote down these words with his own hand, after which he asked whether his visitors would like to purchase this item. Qi immediately replied that of course. When the prince received the canvas in his hands, he was about to leave further on his business, but he heard a cry, "Wait!" Chen reported that they forgot to pay for the purchase. The goods can be picked up only after the transfer of funds, that is, the item is in one hand and the money in another. The young master answered in confusion that he did not have any money with him. Our hero thought to himself that he was really serious, because he wears such luxurious clothes. He and this strange girl, Mu Yun Huan, are truly a match. The servant turned to His Majesty and asked him not to panic. Then he reminded him about the very thing that he should have with him. It dawned on the young man that he had the receptacle for the sword of the rising sun. This is not a real weapon, but an embryo that condenses a divine sword. Since you can communicate with him using the power of thought, he was nicknamed the receptacle of the sword. This weapon came into Chi's hands after he entered a forbidden area and passed a test that put him in mortal danger. This item was very dear to the prince, but now he needed the canvas much more. After thinking a little, Chen replied that he agreed to the exchange. The thought flashed to myself that another barter had taken place, but there was still no sign of money. The young man was delighted that such a high-ranking master was ready to make an exchange with him and thanked him. While he was rejoicing, Qian advised him not to forget to keep this canvas in the sun, otherwise the ink on it would become damp. The prince, of course, was surprised that any problems could arise with this kind of divine artifact, but he answered out loud that he would treat it very carefully. After Chai quickly ran away, our hero began to examine the blade and think how much silver they could give for it. Then he simply threw it into the box, where some jewelry was already lying, and wondered how anyone could trade here if no one bought anything, but only exchanged it for unknown objects. Meanwhile, 3,000 li away, in the Holy Land of Ascension, Huan was busy awakening the immortal body of the phoenix. Feeling the seething spiritual energy, the girl realized that she had finally managed to do this with the help of the figurine. Suddenly, she heard some noise and wondered who decided to disturb her at such a moment. The silhouettes began to approach closer and closer, but our heroine still did not fully understand who they were. People began to bow to a certain girl and greet her holiness. Mu recognized her as her sister and was very surprised that she was here right now. Mu Yu's Huan is the older sister of Mu Yun Huan. She has incredible beauty and talent. The girl manages to quickly progress in cultivation, surpassing countless disciples who previously came to the Holy Land. She passed a difficult test and was awarded the title of saint. Our heroine admires her very much, but at the same time envies her success. The eldest exclaimed that she was actually in trouble. The girl killed a middle-aged man just a couple of weeks ago. Yun replied that even if it was her, then what's the big deal? She first destroyed his dantian and then cut off his head. Then she asked why their meeting, after so much time, began with complaints. The sister replied that that young man was a disciple of the Holy Land of Tai. Taoist Ba Chai Wei doted on him and had already expressed his opinion on this matter. If she does not give a reasonable explanation for her actions, she will have to pay in blood. Bei Xiao is the elder of the Tai Holy Land clan. His cultivation level is so great that it is even terrifying. He is in no way inferior to the brilliant masters from all the Holy Lands. Yun cannot let everything take its course and leave it as it is. If the Taoist does not stop doing this matter, then she herself will have to take care of the youngest. The girl was struck by her sister's tone. She wondered if Yuz had really decided to sacrifice her. Our heroine got angry and replied that she did not need to interfere in this matter. She can handle some pathetic old man on her own. The saint exclaimed that how Mu was going to resolve this issue. She wants to deal with her troubles like an older sister, but Yun doesn't appreciate that. Then she asked who else on this earth would treat her as well as she did. The girl replied that of course she would succeed with the help of the body of the immortal phoenix. Then she demonstrated what she was able to achieve. The older sister was amazed to the core that the younger sister managed to achieve such a result. She didn't understand how she managed to break through. Even the Holy Sovereign could not do anything about this. The immortal phoenix body and her imprisoned ice phoenix body have the same body type. In other words, the younger sister is in no way inferior to her in terms of talent and capabilities. The girl clearly could not cope on her own without outside help, which means that some great master helped her. Suddenly, the sisters felt someone else's presence, but they still did not understand who had come to them. It turned out to be the powerful lord of the Holy Land of Yuyua, whose name was Yui Shenchi. The girls immediately knelt before His Holiness and greeted the elder. The young man immediately noted that Huan had managed to awaken his immortal body. In the past, even he could not do anything about it, but now she dealt with it herself. In addition, Mu Yu's Huan has the body of an ice phoenix prisoner. One girl is water and the other is fire, and both of them have incredible strength. The man realized that this was a good sign for the prosperity of the Yuyua Holy Land. After which, he gave the order to promote Mu Yun Huan to the level of a real disciple in a few days. The elder sister was surprised that the master decided to promote her to such a rank. Other people were also shocked because one can only become a true disciple after reaching the Golden Core realm, and as far as they know, Yun was only in the divine realization realm. The girl thought to herself that this was all thanks to the elder, who met her completely by accident. She thanked the elder out loud. After the crowd of onlookers had dispersed, the eldest asked Yun how she managed to achieve such a result, how her physical form made a breakthrough. Our heroine replied that this is secret information. The thought flashed through her mind that the master was a secret expert who lived his life in solitude, so with what joy should she tell anything about him? Yuz came to the conclusion that something is fishy here, so she will have to investigate the matter. On the one hand, the fact that she managed to awaken the body of the immortal phoenix is good news, but on the other hand, she cannot help but worry that some terrible secret may be hidden behind this. Meanwhile, Qian Chen began to notice that there were many more cultivators appearing than there were before. He had never even seen many of them. Judging by their appearance, these are not only locals, but also people from various sects. He decided to find out more about this and thought that there is always someone who is aware of everything that is happening around. Therefore, I asked Aunt Van what happened that so many cultivators began to appear here. The woman immediately began to whisper that a couple of days ago, a new talent appeared in the holy land of Yuhua. It is rumored that the girl awakened a special physique and was immediately promoted to the level of a true disciple. The so-called disciple recruitment has high requirements, so it is necessary to be able to use both water and fire. The young man sighed and thought that cultivators are very cool because they can not only fly like birds, but also have long-lived lives. A few days later, the guy sadly thought that because of this promotion event to a true disciple, he had not been able to run his business normally for a couple of days, so he had no money to buy food. As soon as Chen finds out what this person looks like, because of whom he remains hungry, he will immediately begin to curse him around the clock. He was lucky that the area around his house was planted with fruits and vegetables, so he would not die of hunger. But if he eats like this every day, he will gradually turn into a rabbit. And in general, there can be nothing more beautiful than the combination of meat and vegetables. So he took up his bow and arrows and decided to go hunting in order to improve his diet. After several hours of fruitless wandering through the forest, Chen sadly stated that he could not find a single animal, let alone a rabbit. Is it really possible that in such a huge thicket there are no living creatures at all? Suddenly the young man heard some rustling in the bushes and began to imagine a picture of fried meat in his head. Shouting that he would take his life, our hero jumped out from behind the bushes, intending to grab the animal, but saw a small fox in front of him. Qian thought that he had never tasted fox meat in his life. Tushan Mo never thought that she would ever slip into such a state. She knew that she shouldn't have run away from home without her father's permission. At the moment, she is not even able to take on human form, so now her enemies have discovered her. Mo is the daughter of the Tushan Fox Emperor. Since childhood, she lived on the holy land of the Fox tribe. The girl was born with 6 tails due to a pure bloodline, so the head of the clan adored her. The man treated her with care, as if she were made of crystal. Over time, Mo became bored and decided to sneak away. As soon as she left Tushan, her enemies immediately began to pursue her. Due to her injuries, the source of her power was threatened, because after using magical abilities, she lost her 6 tails and was now able to maintain only 1. The little girl felt a powerful aura emanating from our hero, and realized that she was not faced with a pursuer, but it was as if a huge prehistoric dragon of primordial chaos was standing in front of her. When Mo heard from him that the young man had never eaten fox meat, she was horrified. Did this man really decide to eat her? Foxes are such cute creatures, doesn't he see it or something? Due to the surge of fear and nerves, the fox was unable to cope with her emotions and lost consciousness. Taking her in his arms, the guy thought that she was most likely sick and he couldn't eat her. The chanterelle looks so thin that if you boil it and peel off the skin, there will be practically no meat left. Looking at the animal that remains in consciousness, the young man began to think about letting her go. But then, I noticed her bright silver-white fur. This fox must be a rare species. It would be stupid to just let her go. It's better to try to cure her, and if he succeeds and fattens her, then the animal will turn into a real delicacy. Sometime later, Mo woke up and started looking around, trying to figure out where she was because they weren't going to eat her for dinner. After making sure that there was no one around, the girl came to the conclusion that she needed to escape while she had the chance. But then, her attention was drawn to the structure of the courtyard, which at first glance seems simple but mysterious. She then came to the conclusion that it was a huge formation that was capable of containing all living beings. But this was not a problem for her. As a little princess of the Tushan tribe, the baby is very strong, so she will be able to break through the defense. But to her great regret, the hack was unsuccessful, and the fox began to feel how her divine consciousness was being destroyed. If she had not taken advantage of timely consciousness treatment, her soul would have simply evaporated. The little girl felt scared again, and she thought about who this person really was. Did she really happen to encounter the strongest cultivator among humans, who keeps animals in captivity as entertainment? Her tribe of Tushan foxes has a very powerful bloodline, so the best choice for human practitioners is to become their pet, but not the other way around. Suddenly, she heard the voice of the man who brought her here, and he asked how she was feeling. When she saw him, Mo began to get very angry. Noticing this, the guy said that there was no need to get upset like that because he had no idea what she was sick with. But Chen has prepared a medicine that should benefit her and maybe even save her because he is completely confident in his medical abilities, even if his patient is a fox. Mo thought to herself that she was the daughter of the great fox emperor, so she would rather die than become this man's guinea pig. Does he really think that the princess will bend the knee before him? Because of some insignificant drug, this will never happen. But suddenly, she felt a wonderful aroma emanating from this drink. He was so beautiful that she felt as if she was being sucked inside him. The baby couldn't resist, so she began to greedily drink this medicinal decoction. Mo was so delicious that she began to feel in seventh heaven. Chen looked at her and told her to eat more in order to grow big and healthy. The fox was surprised that he wanted her to grow up quickly, so she wondered why. After some time, Mo sat in the arms of the young man and thought about what kind of place this is, because there is a huge number of divine artifacts here. Who is this guy really? And what identity is he hiding? Could this really be the same all-powerful master her father told her about? Tushan read a lot of ancient scriptures, and there was a lot of information about such things. Throughout her life, she's met many experts who love to raise monsters. Has she really ended up with one of them? After Chen put her in a cage and began to leave, thinking aloud about eating something like this because there was no meat left, Mo could not believe that the life of the Tushan princess would now be exactly like this. Meanwhile, in the Yan capital, everyone was celebrating Emperor Dian's birthday. Everything around was in lights, and the locals were launching a large number of sky lanterns. His Majesty is the world's strongest cultivator, so his festival has attracted the attention of a considerable number of practitioners. It didn't matter whether they were invited or not, they still came to the capital to attend the ceremony. As for the elders of the sects of the Holy Lands, they sent their representatives with gifts for the emperor's birthday. When a bright light appeared in the sky, people shouted that His Highness had finally arrived. Qi Yuanhao greeted everyone present and thanked them for coming to him with gifts for his holiday. In response, everyone unanimously wished him a prosperous life, good health, and eternal happiness. The servant asked Siwan if he was nervous. The young man replied that he still had to give his father a present, no matter what. At ceremonies, attention is always paid to the presentation of gifts from princes. Because this family is different from the Holy Land disciples who attract attention with strength and talent. Princes must earn their father's favor. The crown prince of the Dian dynasty was the first to display his gift. In his hands was a stone made of rainbow scales that nourished the soul. In order to get it, the young man had to go to the North Sea and defeat 3,000 rainbow snakes. Once the stone has been purified using the ancient method, it can now be used to strengthen the soul. Those present were shocked by what they heard, because you need to be incredibly strong in order to defeat so many snakes, and in general, everyone believed that such an ancient method had been lost a long time ago. But all this doesn't matter. The most important thing here is the favorable effect that the prince will have on the emperor, because he will really like this gift. And they turned out to be right. His Majesty exclaimed that this gift was quite good and he liked it. Next was the second prince, who introduced the Changkun mirror, which could detect dragon veins within a certain radius. People discussed how nothing less than the rarest treasures could be expected from princes. The third prince reminded Saiwan that the young man lost to him last time. Now he wondered whether this time he could find something valuable for his father, or whether the little prince would disgrace the emperor again. This prince was the son of the current empress. Not only did everyone respect him, but he also stood out from birth. The emperor treats him with favor. His biological mother had misunderstandings with her concubine, who was the mother of the youngest prince. Accordingly, both brothers never got along with each other since childhood, so they constantly competed and Chai suffered from him. Saiwan replied that his brother need not worry about it because he had prepared a gift for His Majesty. The third prince was disappointed in the same way that the youngest usually became upset after his words, but this did not happen now. But then he thought that all this didn't matter now and extended his hand in which his gift lay. This was the Seven Saints Consciousness Cultivation Pill. They worked hard for a long time to clean it up. The young man received it in the territory of the ancient kingdom of the Seven Saints and now wants to give this pill to his father as a birthday gift. He hopes that the man will live forever and rule Dian. Those present were shocked that it even existed. Regardless of whether this pill will have any effect, the name Seven Saints sounds quite solid. The little prince did not understand how he managed to get this. It seemed like something incredible. Meanwhile, the emperor admired the gift prepared for him and flew closer to his son. Those around him were surprised that he decided to receive it in person, after which he said that it seems that he went through a lot of difficulties in order to prepare something like this for him, so the man is in confusion. The guy replied that everything that had happened was worth the joy of his father. The fourth prince also gave a nice gift, but everyone was still in shock from the past, so they only discussed it. Gradually, it was the turn of the fifth prince, who found it difficult to present his present after what the brothers had obtained. The guy pulled it out in front of him and began jabbering congratulations mixed with explanations that he managed to get the canvas abroad. 2 poems were written on it, by one great man, and he dedicated it to his father. Those present were taken aback by what they heard, as everyone else was presenting such rare gifts. And this little guy was some kind of canvas. Had he really gone crazy? Perhaps this is some kind of joke. The third prince's gift ranks first in this ranking. The canvas cannot be compared with it. Someone exclaimed that the fifth prince, of course, is not so talented, but most likely this is not all. The emperor was also confused and did not understand how this could be considered an original gift. The young man said that it was extremely valuable and that his father should just take his word for it. You need to open it and enjoy reading along with the rest of the guests. The man thought that the boy had such a serious expression on his face, so he should be allowed to demonstrate his item. When the emperor opened the scroll, he was immediately struck by bright energy rays, which were the intention of the sword. Those present partially did not understand what was happening, but were amazed at the power that emanated from this gift. Now the emperor understood why the young man was so nervous and assured that his present was worthy of attention. The man only had to glance at him briefly, and the practiced path of the sword immediately began to increase. His Majesty thought that he could not continue now, otherwise he would be delayed, and now it's his birthday, and there are many guests in the palace who were clearly very impressed by all this. The emperor thanked everyone for their kind words and announced that the banquet was over, because he and the fifth prince urgently needed to leave. People guessed that it was all because of the intention of the sword, because the gift was amazing. The third prince was annoyed as he did not understand the reaction of those around him and what was so incredible about it. It was on this note that the occasion of His Majesty's birthday came to an end. After everyone left, the father asked Saiwan where he got this painting from. The young man told him about a guy who was the owner of a trading shop with various artifacts. The man replied that everything was clear to him and asked if he wanted to say that he received it from a great practitioner who walked the path of the sword. The man thought that it was really the old monster of the Yuhua Holy Land. But then he threw all thoughts aside, because even in the hidden world, such a sword intent could be written on ordinary rice paper. In all his years of long life, His Majesty had never encountered such a thing. The young man asked how strong the intention of the sword is on this painting. The man replied that even he could only understand 20 or 30%. The sword's QI spreads over 30,000 li, and its brilliance can freeze 19 continents. A beautiful verse with good words is written on the canvas. This is the excellent intention of the sword. The man began to study everything written in more detail, and it dawned on him where he had previously heard about 19 continents. Hundreds of years ago, the Dayan dynasty fought with the Golden Bird Peng clan from the Monster Realm. Their family then not only lost, but also lost 5 continents. In their world, there is not only a kingdom of people, but also monsters, Buddhas, demons, and immortals. They all border each other, with the exception of the realm of the immortals. Saiwan realized that this was indeed the case, because the southernmost lands of the Dayan Empire bordered the realm of humans and the realm of demons. The emperor said that from all this, it turns out that everything was organized by that master on purpose. He knew about the guy's nervous state due to the search for a gift, and that's why he was waiting for him in that place. As a result, he handed over this canvas to the young man so that His Majesty could read the words written on it. He thinks that the true meaning of this poem should soon be revealed, because the goal of that master is the Dayan dynasty and the revival of the 19 continents. The 5th son was surprised why all these difficulties were there, because he could have handed the object into his father's hands on his own. The man replied that Saiwan was too young. The master told only half, and they must understand the rest themselves. This painting made him think about what kind of stupid paintings had been painted all these long years, because the Dayan dynasty respected swords. Sword cultivators must be willing to constantly evolve in order to move forward and never look back. Their dynasty has been oppressed by the kingdom of monsters for 5,000 years, and now the time has come to put an end to this. The son immediately replied that no matter what decision his father made, the young man would follow him to the end, even if he had to die. The father responded that from today, they officially begin preparations for war with the Peng clan. After that day, news of the upcoming battle with the Monster Kingdom quickly spread throughout the world. Meanwhile, Mo happily devoured the food prepared by the young man. Chen thought to himself that the carnivorous fox should, in theory, give up vegetarian food. But it seems that she really liked it. This saved him from many problems regarding her feeding. After which, I thought about using my culinary skills to make money, because I could open a restaurant. Perhaps the business would begin to flourish, but it is all too difficult. The guy is already constantly busy, but here he would have to constantly look for ingredients and prepare everything. It would be better to install some kind of bench or pavilion. Then he left the fox with the words that he needed to think about how to feed another creature and not try to spend the last money on something unknown. A few days later, Mo marveled that she could continue to enjoy such wonderful food every day. Initially, of course, she refused, but as soon as she tried a piece, the fox could no longer stop. Now it began to seem to her that living here was not so bad. In addition to the breakthrough in cultivation, there is still a lot to eat and drink here. But then she gathered her thoughts and began to get angry again, because she was still a hostage and she couldn't give in to his kindness. The young man noted that she still looked nervous. Perhaps vegetarian food affected her that way. So I decided to go hunting again. Last time he couldn't get normal meat, but maybe now everything will be different. Then he left and told Mo to look after the house. The fox thought that she managed to heal her wounds by eating only vegetables, without any meat. At the moment, she is at the level of divine comprehension and is already one step away from the golden core. Suddenly, her butt became very hot and she did not understand what was happening to her. Then, she saw that her tails had grown back and she had completely regained her strength, becoming a 6-tailed fox again. But the 5th point continued to burn with fire, and she couldn't control it. Could it be that the power of her bloodline was breaking out? Tushan was shocked. Not only did she regain her previous form, but she also grew a 7th tail. The most ancient ancestors of the Tushan fox clan had 9 tails. They had such a powerful bloodline that it was almost terrifying. They were popularly called 9-tailed sky foxes. One day, during a great battle, their clan came under a powerful blow. The great cultivator placed a curse on them. This resulted in the 9-tails type no longer appearing in Tushan. Their family ceased to exist. Today, the strongest divine veins were only inherited by Mo with its 6 tails. Even her father, the emperor, only has 5. According to the elders of their clan, the fact that she had so many tails after 10,000 years is a real miracle. But now, she has a 7th tail. Perhaps the food that young man gives her every day has some effect on her divine veins. Mo understood everything. That guy didn't want her to be his pet from the very beginning. He simply wanted to assist in stimulating her divine veins so that she could develop more tails. The fox simply misunderstood everything initially, so as soon as the master returns, she will immediately change her form to thank him. But then, she realized that this could not be done as the elder did not want to be known. If the fox begins to express gratitude after reincarnating in human form, the master will immediately decide to drive it away. After this, she will never be able to taste such wonderful food again. Mo will only be able to continue cultivating if he stays close to his elder. A little later, she should become the first nine-tailed fox in the Tushan clan. After so many years, the curse will be lifted. Meanwhile, Yun was thinking that the promotion ceremony was too troublesome, and she doesn't know if the elder is still in his place. But when she saw the wooden house in front of her, the girl was convinced that it was still there. The older sister, who decided to quietly follow her, became convinced that she still had secrets. No wonder she had been so unfocused the last couple of days. Yuz didn't understand why she could be so attracted to an inconspicuous wooden house. A few minutes later, the owner of the Phoenix's ice body saw a strange expression on the younger's face. At first, the girl didn't understand what it was, but then it dawned on her that it seemed her sister had fallen in love with a mere mortal. As far as she knows, Yun managed to awaken the body of the immortal Phoenix. Now the way to improve it was open. If some commoner interferes with her in this, then her future could turn into a disaster. Yuz should never allow this to happen, so first we need to look at who he is. But as soon as she set foot on this territory, the girl felt a huge surge of strength. She could not understand what was happening because she was sure that this was the home of a mere mortal. Even her strength, which was at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, could not compete with the power of this court. These lands clearly belonged to a higher being. Suddenly, Chen's voice rang out, greeting the new guest. Noticing the genuine horror on her expression, the young man began to wonder whether he really looked that bad. Yuz thought that she had heard more than once about the existence of a powerful creature that struck fear into everyone and disguised itself as an ordinary person. The girl began to look around in panic and noticed that the formations outside, as well as the situation inside the house, demonstrated powerful force, and that Fox from the Tushan clan clearly occupied a special position. This person is clearly purposefully looking for cultivation geniuses in order to bewitch them and force them to degrade, and then makes them his slaves. Chen offered her a glass of water, but Yuz recoiled from it. Then, with caution, I finally decided to see what was there and actually saw water. Qian said that she need not worry. There is no poison in this liquid. The eldest began to mentally remind herself that she was a saint from the Holy Land of Yuhua, and in all kinds of situations she had been, so she needed to calm down and breathe deeper. The young man again handed her a glass and offered to quench her thirst. The girl didn't understand what to do because if she couldn't cope with this power, she could become his slave forever, with no way to get out. Her imagination was already drawing his distorted facial expression, which in a conspiratorial voice persuaded her to take at least one sip in order to fall into his trap. Then she collected her thoughts and decided that she would have to get out of there, no matter what, without offending him. So I drank the water carefully. To her great surprise, nothing happened at all, and she did not experience any side effects. The guy thought to himself that now is really a time when the richer the cultivator looks, the dumber it turns out to be. He asked aloud for what purpose she came to him. Yuz explained that she saw her little sister coming here all very excited, so she decided to follow and followed her. The young man understood everything and asked forgiveness for the misunderstanding. Then he explained that Yun came here to ask some questions about the carved wooden figurine. The girl was surprised when she heard this. The guy did not waste time and showed everything that he had and offered to buy if she liked something. Yuz realized that they have limitless powerful power and automatically penetrate the body. The eldest exclaimed that she didn't like them. She thought to herself that she would not allow him to take advantage of her fleeting weakness and would not succumb to such temptation. When Chen realized that she was not interested in wooden art, he showed her the painting and asked if it might be suitable. When the girl looked at her, she felt her inner strength begin to continuously grow, as if something was filling her with energy. This man is very dangerous because he was well aware that her body was missing the imprisoned ice phoenix. Yuz didn't understand how this was possible. The young man in the picture frightened her very much. The guy explained that the sale of figurines was not particularly successful for him, so he decided to move on to selling paintings and calligraphy, which seemed to be acquired gradually. The eldest did not understand what to do. The energy emanating from this painting can replenish the strength of her body of the imprisoned ice phoenix, but as soon as she agrees to the purchase, she will immediately fall into its network. On the other hand, once she replenishes her inner strength, the cultivation path will develop quickly and smoothly. But the problem is that she doesn't want to end up in that person's cage. Then she caught sight of the sword container that was lying on the shelf, and she was surprised that it did not belong to the fifth Prince Chi Sai-wan. After all, he was going to use it to condense the divine sword, but how did this item end up here? Did the fifth prince really make a deal with this young man, and in exchange for his service, give him the sword? Her youngest awakened the body of the immortal phoenix, and now her future is limitless. Saiwan has recently become respected by his father, the emperor, and there is a high probability that he will be next to ascend the throne. Everything happened after making a deal with this guy. Now, those two will be great figures in the cultivation world until their death. Does this man really have some kind of plan that he is gradually bringing to life? And now, it's her turn. It seems to her that he wants to keep all the geniuses of the cultivation world on the hook. But then she decided that everything could not be so simple, because recently she heard from the elders that the emperor was going to go to war in the kingdom of monsters against the Golden Bird Peng clan. All this happened after the fifth prince gave him a birthday present. Then I wondered why the ancient era disappeared. Wasn't it because some person was directing everything from the outside? Apparently, this young man not only wants to control the strongest cultivators in this world, but also plans to capture all the geniuses in order to start a war. It turns out that she and her younger sister will simply end up as puppets in the hands of this puppeteer. The girl cannot allow this insidious plan to come true and turn the whole world upside down. Yuz must do this for the sake of her younger sister, and at the moment, there is only one way out. You must agree to the deal and then use the painting to increase cultivation. After which, try to find an excuse to leave. After much thought, the eldest turned to our hero and said that she really liked this painting. The young man exclaimed that she had excellent taste, but was secretly happy that sales were finally going up. Sometime later, Yuz was surprised that he let her go so easily and couldn't quite believe it. Now she didn't understand what to do next. The girl decided that the first thing she needed to do was report this man to the Holy Land and let them make their own decision. Because all this was beyond her understanding. Meanwhile, Chen was holding some kind of stick in his hand and was disappointed that there was another exchange of one item for another instead of receiving money. But then he examined it more closely and noted that, judging by the watery patterns, it must be expensive. Considering that her younger sister presented a glass pearl, these girls clearly did not skimp. Unlike that rich boy who decided to deceive him and handed him some kind of toy sword, after which he began to think that the next time they appeared here, they needed to raise the prices for their goods. Meanwhile, Yuz asked the youngest how often she appears in that wooden house in the forest. Yun was indignant that her sister really followed her. After all, for a large amount of time, she didn't show any care or interest in relation to her, but as soon as she managed to make a breakthrough, she immediately appeared. Yun doesn't understand what she needs. The eldest grabbed her by the shoulders and said that that place was very dangerous and frightening. She orders her not to appear there again. The most dangerous man in the world lives there, who plans to turn everything in this world upside down and destroy millions of creatures. That young man is a real demon in the flesh. The girl exclaimed in response that how can you talk about Qian Chen like that? It is even clear from him that he cannot harm anyone. The first thing he did was save her life when she was in critical condition. When Yuz heard this name, she thought that she had never heard anything worse in her life. The older sister's look, full of horror, even began to worry the girl a little. But the elder changed her life and helped break through the body of the immortal phoenix, so she cannot allow her to slander the master. Then she exclaimed that no matter what Yuz said, the girl would still visit Qian. The sister was confused by how much the man had fooled her. They couldn't even imagine that it would happen to such an extent. If she continues to be so stubborn, Yuz will have to give her up. That man is so dangerous that her youngest has changed so dramatically. If he had encountered anyone else, he would have gone to an even more serious extreme. The girl must do everything to increase the level of her own power as soon as possible, and then she will be able to destroy his plan at the initial stage. To do this, she will have to leave her youngest for some time, but she believes that everything will be fine with her. Right now, it's useless to talk to Yun. She's besotted with that young man and doesn't hear anything. The only way to solve everything is to fight the person who is running everything from the outside. The younger one thought to herself that if she had to choose who to trust from this couple, she would definitely take the master's side. Meanwhile, representatives of the Tushan clan arrived at Qian Chen's door. They were lucky to find her first. If you delay this issue again, His Majesty will definitely notice it. How dare he even keep their beloved princess in a cage? This is simply an unforgivable attitude. From the very day the Peng Golden Bird clan learned that Tushan Mo had 6 tails, they began to provoke them in every possible way and hunt her. The protection that the head of the clan put on the princess has noticeably weakened, which means that the enemy tribe managed to seriously wound her. Now, on top of everything, an ordinary mortal decided to keep her in his flimsy wooden house. Their favorite has the purest blood in the entire clan, and it is simply a disgrace to allow her to be captured by a commoner. The enraged man decided that they must bring the princess back today. At this time, our hero was handling the sword and noticed that the fox was sleeping peacefully. Apparently she was still gaining strength, and it was right that she should worry about herself first rather than about anyone else. Then he continued his morning fencing training. The guy upgraded this skill to the maximum level in the game, in a past life. While the young man was busy training to improve his health, representatives of the Fox clan wanted to get closer to his home, but were thrown back by an unknown force. The young man heard some noise outside and decided to go check what was happening there. Coming out onto the porch, Chen saw 2 men lying on the ground and an old man screaming near them. They were shocked by what happened and did not understand what kind of monster lived in this place. The young men suggested that they were mistaken and that in fact the greatest cultivator lived here. The elder agreed with them and said that, having discovered them here, the master even disdained to go out and personally deal with them because of their weak pedigree. With what happened, he simply decided to give them a warning. Now all they have to do is return to Tushan and report everything to His Majesty. Considering this great cultivator's peculiar disposition, if he decided not to seriously oppose them now, then he would not do so later. All this means that their dear princess is safe. After which he thought that they were absolutely useless servants who were not capable of anything and mentally asked Mo to wait for their return. Meanwhile, in the Yuyuan Holy Land, in the Yuzkun Heavenly Palace, the elder sister was engaged in cultivation. She managed to break through to the 9th level of the Golden Core, but she still could not fill the lack of energy in her body. How can she save her youngest if she fails to break through to the next kingdom? As in his current form, Yuz will be able to withstand Qian Chen's omnipotence. The girl decided not to give up because her sister's future is at stake. We will have to use demonic techniques in order not to lose in such a difficult battle. Suddenly, she felt a powerful energy of ice and snow emanating from the painting she bought from Chen. The servants noted that the cultivation speed of both sisters had increased noticeably recently. If this continues, the reputation of the Holy Land will greatly increase with their help, surpassing all past generations. Meanwhile, in another part of the Yuyuan Heavenly Palace, Lord Yui Shensi was asked how things were. He replied that the ancestor wanted to fulfill the covenant of the past. The Yuyuan Holy Land ancestor is an almighty cultivator that only existed in their area. It can be said that 80% of the achievements of their clan are his merit. Therefore, they protect him very much, and he should not die. The Lord understands perfectly well what they are worried about, but the ancestor has already decided everything. There is no point in waiting any more time because nothing will change. He thought to himself that he could not understand the reason why he agreed to fight. Their genius was once amazingly talented. Among his peers, there were practically no equals or worthy people for him, except for one young man who could compete with him. Some time later, The rival was recognized as the ancestor of the land of Sinyon, after which they were called the stars of the human race. Then they challenged each other to fight in a fair battle to determine who was the best. This covenant is over 1,000 years old and has not been fulfilled. The young man thought that everything would work out, but this did not happen. Shenchi ordered those present not to interfere in this legendary battle, but the matter could develop into a critical situation. Having said this, the young man fell silent and did not say another word. But everyone understood that if the ancestor was in danger, then everything possible must be done to save him. After all, the Sinyan Holy Land has 2 ancestors in the immortal Tower realm. If one of them dies, the damage done will not be too serious, but they only have one. At the moment, the Yuyua clan managed to find 2 talents who had powerful spiritual development and could lead to prosperity. In this case, the patronage of powerful cultivators is simply necessary. They can only act insidiously and unbecoming of the Holy Land. But considering the hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance of the Holy Land, it can be said that Ancestor Sinyon is to blame for everything. Meanwhile, our hero collected vegetables that he had personally grown in his garden and was thinking that it was time to cook dinner. Then I noticed that the fox no longer looked so angry and its fur did not stick out in different directions. Even his character became more playful. Sometime later, Mo was lying half asleep after eating a hearty meal. Chen was even a little surprised that so much fit into his small body. Looking at the fur, which shimmered in the sun, the young man noted that it was becoming brighter and brighter. Could a fox really turn into a monster? Then he told her that now he needed to go open a retail outlet, and if he could earn a little money, he would buy her something tasty. When our hero walked through the market, everyone greeted him and said that they had not seen him for a long time, because he had been absent for a whole month. At the sight of the young man, one of the men shouted that he had finally come here. The shopkeeper had a big problem in his family. Last night, his daughter suddenly fell ill. He was only informed about Xiao Xuan's condition late in the evening. Li's daughter turned 7 this year. She is not only very cheerful and smart, but also generous, as always, treating all the sellers who were next to them with fruit. Everyone loved her very much, but she had poor health since childhood. Therefore, when she became ill, her relatives became very worried. At first, they thought it was just a slight cold, but who knew that more than a dozen doctors would not be able to do anything, and her condition would worsen every hour. Chen exclaimed to be taken to her as quickly as possible. There is no need to waste time. All this was observed by a man and a girl cultivator. The latter asked Uncle Lan what was going on here and what these mortals were doing. The uncle explained that someone's daughter was sick and they asked that young man to help cure her. The girl noted that she had the same problem and said that she needed to go take a look. Then she ran in the direction where the people had gone. After examining Xuan, Qian stated that her illness was very strange. Her pulse, breathing and temperature were normal, but she was clearly in an unusual state. He had never encountered this before. Her numbers are normal, but why is she feeling so bad? Relatives prayed for the young man to save her because only he was capable of this. Not a single doctor could help her. They are ready to give away all the property in which they are rich. The guy replied that there was no need to say that. He will try to do everything within his capabilities. A voice came from the front door, declaring that this girl's problem could not be solved with mere mortal medicine. The woman asked in fear what she was talking about. Her husband asked her to try not to worry. The stranger repeated that this girl's illness could not be cured by mortal means. She is not sick at all, but infected with something unknown. The situation is not the best. If a powerful cultivator does not save her, the girl will die very soon. The shopkeeper exclaimed if they could save his child. If they are aware of all this, then they should know how to resolve this issue. The girl replied that she could not do anything about it, but her uncle Lan could try. The man replied that the disease can be cured, but after that, the girl will be wounded. Are they ready to do that? The parents asked how serious the injuries would be. Lan said that, at best, she would remain bedridden for the rest of her life. The family was shocked because their child is all they have, and as long as they are alive, they will not spare any money for her. So, if she remains alive, they are ready to do it. Suddenly, the young man asked them to take their time and not make poorly thought-out decisions. First, let him figure things out and try to heal Xiao Xuan without causing any harm. The uninvited guests looked at him in surprise and asked if he even understood what he was talking about and what he would have to work with. The young man replied that, of course. He knows Xuan as a lively and cheerful girl who loves to frolic with her peers. If the price of their method of salvation is to deprive her of all this, then he will not allow this. The stranger was dissatisfied with this answer, so telling her parents that this was their daughter and it was up to them to decide who would treat her, she turned around and got ready to leave. The married couple looked at each other and did not know what to do, but thought about giving Chen the opportunity to at least try. The reason the stranger wanted to help them was because she reminded her of herself. She sympathizes with them, but let them do as they want, entrusting the life of their child to a mere mortal. Lan explained that the girl was captured by an otherworldly force that had not manifested itself for a long time. As he grew older, his strength became stronger, and at the age of 7, the period of disaster began. What can an ordinary guy do about it? Meanwhile, the young man took out a large needle in order to carry out one procedure. After the young man began acupuncture at certain points, a bright light appeared around the girl. The guests were shocked. This guy did not use any magical power while using the needles. They did not understand what kind of technique it was and how, without magic, it was possible to suppress the evil that had penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Upon completion of the procedure, an unknown clot of negative energy began to emerge from Xuan's mouth. After this, the young man said that the illness had gone away, but for a full recovery she needed to rest well. The guy will come to see her in a couple of days to make sure that she is healthy. His parents were infinitely grateful to him. Looking around, Chen realized that those two strangers had simply disappeared somewhere, but they had just been here. Mom and Dad, who had experienced a lot of stress, could not cope with their emotions and asked how their daughter was feeling. The little girl replied that thanks to Qian, she was already much better. Those around him praised and admired him, saying that they did not doubt his abilities for a second. Xuan was successfully cured of the disease demon that possessed her under Chen's guidance. After this, the city returned to its former life and tranquility. On the way home, the young man thought that he needed to return as soon as possible in order to prepare lunch for the fox. Suddenly, on his way, he met the same strangers who apparently had been waiting for him on purpose, so he decided to turn around and go in the other direction. But they stopped him. The young man was now able to look at the girl normally and noted that she was not at all simple. She introduced herself and said that her name was Xiui Lin, and next to her was her uncle Lan. Chen asked if they came to him for treatment. The stranger was surprised and did not understand how he guessed that she needed help. Xiui Lin belonged to a noble family and was supposed to become the celestial maiden of the Xiui clan. Limitless possibilities and a wonderful future would open up before her. But the worst thing that can happen to a cultivator happened to her, a meridian rupture. Under the yoke of this disease, despite talent and development, a person does not live to see 18 years of age. The rupture of the meridian makes it impossible to condense spiritual energy and gradually destroys the human body, bringing unbearable pain. Lin has endured this since early childhood. The uncle asked if she was sure because her problem was different from that girl's. They couldn't figure it out for so many years, not even knowing where to start. And the guy is a mere mortal, despite the fact that he has medical abilities. The young man thought to himself that her name was quite melodious, and that her surname was also quite rare. Lin told her uncle that she had thought everything through, but the problem was that she had very little time left. The young man replied that in this case, they need to go to his house as soon as possible. The guests looked at each other in surprise. Arriving at his territory, the guy said that this was his home, so let them make themselves comfortable. When the guys realized that this whole place was one continuous formation, they began to think that they were mistaken in their thinking. This man is tall, handsome, and has a strong character. Is this really an ancient monster with enormous power? Lin noted that he was at least at the level of the immortal tower realm. The uncle asked what they should do next. We can only hope that he will not attack them. Feeling the wonderful aroma, the girl saw how the young man was carrying food to the little fox. Looking at how the animal absorbed food with great pleasure, Lin asked if she was not from the tribe of Tushan foxes. Lan replied that he recently received news that a little princess from that clan disappeared a few days ago. Could this person be forcibly keeping her here? But from the outside, it didn't look like it, so it's better to pretend that they didn't see anything. Meanwhile, Mo thought that she was simply in love with the food prepared by the master and that she needed to eat as much of it as possible in order to continue to progress. Having examined his foot, the young man stated that she also had a very strange disease, and he had never encountered anything like it, so it was necessary to think about treatment. It won't be quite easy. From the expression on the girl's face, the guy realized that she was about to burst into tears, so he immediately said that this did not mean that there was no solution to the problem. The disease can be managed by choosing the right treatment method. His statement reassured the girl because she was tired of suffering for so many years. But since her meridians were torn, how could something like this be restored? Chen replied that whether it was the meridians or anything else, as long as the person did not die, he would be able to cure him. Lin immediately fell to her knees in front of him and asked for help in healing her. She will be infinitely grateful to him for this. The man noted that his lady had to sacrifice too much due to problems with the meridians. She was supposed to become the clan's celestial maiden, but began to be subjected to unjustified criticism and disdainful looks. The girl has outstanding talent that surpasses the level of her brothers, but after the breakup, she was unable to condense magical power. Everyone around her began to neglect her. Even her own father gave up on her. Now this young man is the only hope that can help her regain her former strength and regain her authority. Chen exclaimed that she should get up quickly, because this was all for nothing. The uncle said that for his help, they were ready to do anything. The guy replied that her illness was quite complicated, that it would not be possible to deal with it quickly and that long-term treatment was required, so he asked if they could stay for a while. The girl thought to herself that if she did not return to the clan by the specified time, her father might become furious. Some time later, the young man fed the fox again and apologized that he was preparing only vegetarian food for it. Then he added that he would not open a store today. Then our hero noticed that his guests were carrying huge logs on their shoulders. He noted that he only sees brute force, not magical force. They may both be cultivators, but it all clearly lies in their physical training. Lin asked her uncle if they could really stay here. The man replied that Chen is her last hope, so upon returning home, he will explain everything to her father on his own. The guy invited them to eat, but the guests replied that cultivators did not require such a thing. The fox thought to herself that they didn't understand what they were giving up, because then they would beg for this food from the gods with tears in their eyes. Meanwhile, the Fox Emperor was informed that his daughter was currently being held captive by an unknown, powerful cultivator. The man clarified whether it was true that her life was not in danger, but she was being treated like a pet. The servant replied that His Majesty understood everything correctly because he saw it with his own eyes. The head of the clan was furious. He is one of the strongest in the Beast Kingdom, the Fox Emperor, who is on par with the Human Emperor and the Lord of the Holy Land. It is known even outside these continents. And some man has the audacity to hold his daughter hostage. After which he came to the conclusion that it was necessary to go to him personally and asked Fen to tell him more about this human cultivator. The servant explained that this great master had perfect sword art and would not be easy to deal with. There is no need to act rashly. You must first remove the sacred object of Tushan and only then save his daughter. The emperor agreed that it was indeed better to have a sacred object in his hands. Since he specializes in sword art defense, there will be a better chance of getting Mo out of his hands. Now the main goal at the moment is to bring his daughter home. His Majesty is eager to see if whoever is holding his child can withstand his wrath. Because our hero was not remembered from the best side, he sneezed loudly, and Lin immediately asked if everything was okay with him. Chen replied that everything was fine. Then he said that she told him that the torn meridians had a negative effect on her from birth. That is why the yin energy froze and began to have a bad effect on the heart. First of all, it is necessary to get rid of the internal yin energy and achieve a balance between yin and yang. Then the young man gave her a collection of herbs and told her to grind them and then start taking them every morning, adding them to water. The girl was surprised when she heard about medicinal decoctions. Noticing this, our hero asked if she had any problems with them, but Lin immediately replied that she did not. When the girl told her uncle about balancing yin and yang with the help of herbs, the man first thought about it, but then told her to try it. Maybe it would help. Lin decided not to waste time and immediately begin treatment, so she took a sip of the prepared decoction. Seeing her strange expression, Lan became emotional and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that it all really works. She feels the power of the severed meridians gradually dissipating in her body. Uncle felt relieved because this was such great news. He decided to go immediately to meet her father. Lin asked if he really should leave her here alone. The man replied that it was only temporary. He would return as soon as he reported to His Majesty about the current situation. But first, Lan decided to look at Qian, and they ended up just in time for his morning fencing training, which shocked them because they did not think that he was so strong in the art of the sword. The young man sat them down at the table so that they could eat, and he began to draw another picture. A little later, the girl looked at our hero and realized that she did not want to go anywhere, and her uncle was in the same situation. However, once Chen helped Sui Lin, the Dayan Empire went to war with the Golden Bird Peng clan in the Beast Realm and was defeated. To assist in the war, the dynasty ordered the best cultivators to be invited as support. According to rumors, the battle was very brutal, and many people were dying daily, causing the battlefield to turn into rivers of blood. Although the fifth son of the emperor was different from other princes and was not the most talented, but as soon as the Great War began, he was the first to take the initiative and lead the soldiers into the attack. Courage and cruelty mixed together, but the Dayan Empire was still defeated in its first battle. Sometime later, the fifth son arrived to his father, just as he wanted him to be. The man reported that after the empire lost to the Golden Bird Peng clan, the fighting spirit and morale of the soldiers was in great decline. If they want to enter the second battle, they must be confident of victory. Since that master provided him with such a canvas, he must sympathize with their empire, so it is necessary that the young man help them again. The prince noted that his father had so many thoughts and ideas in his head, unlike him, that the guy felt embarrassed for himself. Therefore, he said that he would immediately go to prepare for a meeting with the expert, but the emperor stopped him and said that he also wanted to go. Meanwhile, Chen explained to Lin that after a week of treatment, the balance of yin and yang was restored. Now you need to move on to the next stage of treatment. This process is also very simple and involves acupuncture of large acupuncture points in all parts of her body. The girl replied that she should do as necessary. After some time, the young man told Uncle Lan that he had inflicted needles on her, but the healing process takes time, so he would have time to go to the city for herbs. The man thanked him and said he would take care of the rest. Chen thought to himself that now he had not only a fox at home, but also two people. It is simply vital for him to earn at least some silver coins. The guy looked at one of his paintings and thought that he painted it because of his passion for fencing. There was a picture of a sword cutting a star map, as well as a man very similar to it. Although he cannot cultivate Xianxia in the world, at least no one forbids him to draw and imagine himself as a swordsman cutting through the stars. Chen decided to take this painting with him to the market. Previously, he could not sell them to anyone, but maybe now they will interest someone. Meanwhile, the woman was shouting at the emperor and the fifth prince near our hero's trading post and said that Qian opens it depending on his mood, so it could happen either tomorrow or next month. Then she added that they should stop pestering her with their stupid questions, go on about their business, and not interfere with her trading. Cha told his father that it seems the master is not here after all. The man came to the conclusion that he simply found out that they were supposed to come, so he decided not to show up. But suddenly, the old woman shouted to them that the owner of the pavilion had come after all, and they were very lucky. Seeing Chen in the distance, His Majesty immediately came to the conclusion that he was the master of genius. The woman immediately reported to him that the guy was wanted by some suspicious individuals who did not inspire confidence. Our hero recognized this young man and asked why he came to him again. The fifth prince solemnly introduced his father to him. The emperor greeted him joyfully and said that he was celebrating his birthday that time, and his son presented him with a canvas as a gift, bought in his shop. Although he did not understand the deep meaning of the words, he tries to learn it every day. Since he had no other choice, the man asked his son to take him to this master. Looking at him now, His Majesty was convinced that the young man was not an ordinary and outstanding person. Qian answered in confusion that he somehow praised him too much because these were just handwritten words. After which he asked again why they came to him again. The father replied that it was written there. The sword's QE extends over 30,000 li, and its brilliance freezes 19 continents. Not only the words are good, but also the idea. However, they were never able to fully understand the meaning. Let the master explain. Our hero thought to himself what other 19 continents were there and what was he even talking about? Had they really come here to put him in an awkward position? If you tell them the truth, the young man will look very stupid and it will be like humiliating himself. But then an idea came to his mind. The picture he painted a couple of days ago, it contains the love of wielding a sword and courage. It is far better than any sword brilliance that freezes 19 continents. The guy decided to give them this painting, and if they asked any unnecessary questions, he would simply say that they needed to know themselves. To their question, our hero replied that everyone perceives everything in their own way. Even if what they say is not entirely correct, the main thing is how they see and perceive everything. If they want to comprehend everything at once without problems, then they need to read more and think a lot. It just so happened that he took with him a painting associated with a sword. Perhaps it has what they need. When Chen unwrapped it, a bright light illuminated the emperor and the fifth prince, and they felt powerful energy emanating from this creation. They saw bright stars and also felt the boundless power that emanated from the painting. How can one not call this young man a great master of his craft after this? This painting seemed to have been painted especially for the emperor, so he asked how he could get it. Chen thought to himself that finally his business was taking off and regular customers began to appear. After which he replied that it all depends on their sincerity. Their family looks quite rich, so they must be generous anyway, because their father couldn't show up here without money. His Majesty had a flash of thought that this expert obviously wouldn't even look at ordinary things. Then I wondered what could be given to him in return, after which he took out the imperial seal from his bosom and asked what about exchanging for this thing. His son was taken aback by what he saw. Qian was upset that they were trying to sell him some kind of toy again. Have people really stopped using silver to make purchases? Why is it so difficult to make money? The young man could not even think that his father would turn out to be exactly the same as his son. The fifth prince cautiously asked that it was wise to exchange the emperor's seal for a painting. The man replied that this is not what is reasonable, but the best choice. The seal is just a symbol and does not play a significant role, but the master took it. In other words, he voluntarily accepted his invitation. Owning it can be equated to becoming a member of the imperial family. If their dynasty faces problems in the future, he will not stand by. Having finished all his business, His Majesty stated that it was time to return to the palace. Now, the beginning of a prosperous era for their empire should begin. Some time later, Chen informed Lin that the acupuncture procedure was over for today. The next step would be to use a herbal decoction to stabilize the yin and yang in the body. The girl thanked him and thought to herself that she had only completed one course of acupuncture, but she was already clearly feeling significant changes. The most incredible thing was that those meridians in the body that previously could not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were now unblocked. Lin ran to her uncle and reported that she was feeling much better. It may not even be necessary to completely heal the meridians in order to reach the realm of divine comprehension. Lan was very happy for her, but asked her to be careful as the China meridians were still active. The girl replied that everything was under control and there was no need to worry. Then, the girl suddenly thought that, having received such a favor, she must repay the favor, but how exactly it had not yet occurred to her. Meanwhile, in the realm of monsters, the second battle was about to begin, and the monster clan was quickly approaching the army of the Dayan Empire. The elders did not understand why the Pen Golden Bird clan suddenly decided to fight again. His Majesty was still not there, and another war was rapidly approaching. But there is no way to hold the defense with their strength. The third prince said to listen to him as he has two plans. First, avoid hostilities in any way, no matter what they do, so that there are not a large number of casualties. And the second, send ambassadors to them, and even if you have to retreat, then negotiations are already fine. Suddenly, the formidable voice of the emperor was heard, who asked with what joy they should retreat. Since the Pen Golden Bird clan is eager to fight again, the empire will never give up. After which he loudly announced the beginning of the second battle and said not to worry because heaven is favorable to people with a pure heart. Thanks to the master's help, their dynasty no longer had to fear the Golden Bird Pen clan. The fifth prince did not like the fact that their father was secretly going somewhere with the fifth brother. Is finding an expert really such a confidential matter? After which he generally decided that the emperor wanted to make the youngest crown prince, and he really felt bad. In addition, the canvas that Saiwan presented to him for his birthday was received from some master. Then the puzzle in his head came together, and the young man realized that the person his father was talking about was that very expert. Meanwhile, a bloody clash began between monsters and cultivators. The monsters were huge and much stronger, so they dealt with all the soldiers without much difficulty. Observing this massacre, the emperor noted that the situation was not at all favorable. The man turned to the golden-winged King Pen and shouted that once in the past, his Dayan Empire was defeated and had to cede 5 continents to the monsters. This is a humiliation not only for his dynasty, but for all humanity. Starting from this day, they will begin the methodical extermination of the Peng Golden Bird clan and will return all their lands and faith in people. The head of the monster clan replied that this was not the first time the man had said this. What happened in the end after the last battle? Chi Yuandao is a common liar and is not responsible for his words. Today, he will lead the Pen Golden Bird sect to achieve complete victory over the Dayan Empire. I thought to myself that literally half of his soldiers had already died, and the emperor was still showing off. He is a fool and the monsters will destroy everyone in one fell swoop. Seeing that the man took out the painting, Pen thought that the old man was completely desperate because of his approaching loss and had simply gone crazy. After that, he shouted to his subordinates to attack, and everyone immediately rushed into the epicenter of the battle. The emperor realized that the time had come to resort to the trump card in his sleeve and unfolded the picture. A projection of a young man who is fluent in the art of the sword immediately materialized from it. Pen told everyone not to be afraid because it was just some cheap trick to divert their attention. But then, each of those present saw an abnormally bright light that cut right through the world. The stars in the galaxy trembled, and the sky and earth were completely enveloped in it. The golden-winged King Pen and his huge army were defeated in an instant. But the most striking thing was not even this, but the emptiness cut by the blow of the sword. This landscape was mesmerizing. The head of the monster clan confirmed that when he saw that sword, he felt his approaching death. The emperor demanded that the golden-winged man finally admit that he was wrong and return the lands of the 5 continents. They are not going to demand anything more. King Pen replied that he agreed, because, in fact, he had no other choice. If he had answered in the negative, he would have been killed immediately. The lands of the 5 continents originally belonged to the human race, namely the Dayan dynasty. The emperor was infinitely happy that they finally managed to return them after so many years. People were very surprised that the empire won the second battle because their forces were absolutely unequal. Someone heard that a man came out of the picture and with one blow of his sword destroyed everyone, cut the stars and tore apart the void. Yuz, having heard all this gossip, thought that she knew who this person was. The sect of the golden-winged bird pen has always been powerful and terrorized the whole world. She was the strongest in the monster kingdom and had a deep past. But to everyone's surprise, during the battle between Dayan and the Pen Bird clan, the empire won by an overwhelming margin. However, this victory was not achieved only thanks to the empire, as they had to resort to some trick. Behind them stood a terrifying creature that everyone considered an expert, Qian Chen. Everything is under his complete control. The girl thought to herself how he did it all so quickly. If he really has everything under his control, only God knows what he can do. This man is at the pinnacle of power, and any decision he makes can affect the entire world of cultivators. While he has not yet completely taken control of everything, it is necessary to act. Then she shook her head in different directions, throwing away the thoughts that made her feel uneasy. From that very day, the girl began to try to unravel the picture and correct the shortcomings of her body. And the effect was surprisingly not bad. She could clearly feel the significant changes in the imprisoned ice phoenix's body. Improvement began to progress like clockwork and more smoothly than before, not to mention the enhanced effect it had. But the girl felt that she seemed to be missing something to complete her cultivation. Although the snowy mountains in this painting stretched for thousands of li, which meant that her cultivation level could increase continuously, it seemed that the body of the imprisoned ice phoenix had reached its limit. The physique was restored, but something was wrong. Initially, Yuz thought that it all seemed simple to her, but the more she cultivated, the stronger this feeling became. Perhaps this was a special trap from Chen. He handed her this painting, knowing full well that she needed to restore the body of the ice phoenix. But in fact, this landscape influenced not so much the restoration of her physique as it affected her. This was his cunning plan. Help the girl so that she gradually falls into his trap and is under his complete control. She didn't think about it because she was too focused on restoring her body, so she didn't think about the consequences at all under the influence of emotions. Now, the lack of something can affect its development. What to do now, because her plan was to quickly increase her strength in order to fight Qian. Now this plan cannot be implemented. After all, if he really is as strong as she imagines, then she definitely doesn't need to tell the Saint Sovereign and the elders about it. None of the sacred lands can resist this person, so if he becomes aware of them, it can cause huge troubles. From all this, we can conclude that there is only one way out. Whoever made a mistake should correct it. She must find him on her own and as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at Chen's house, our hero told Lin that they had finished with acupuncture and now needed to drink a medicinal decoction. The guy noted that he had too much to do lately. Every day, he has to run into the city to buy medicinal herbs and conduct acupuncture sessions for Sui. The young man had never tried so hard for anyone since traveling through time. But all this was not important, as it was already time to take a lunch break. The young man stretched out and said that he wanted to eat, so let him and his uncle look after his house for now. Lin replied that since the gentleman so wishes, they will definitely fulfill his request. Lan told her that the broth was already being brewed and would be ready for use very soon. Then they noticed the fox, which began to glow brightly, and realized that it was finishing its evolution. As far as the girl knows, in the Tushan fox clan, the five-tailed fox emperor has the strongest pedigree. The uncle replied that if he was not mistaken, then this fox had an even more powerful pedigree. Most likely, this is Tushan Mo, who is the emperor's favorite daughter and has 6 tails. Lin replied that if it really was her, then she was very lucky to be raised by a master. After all, their bloodline has been cursed since ancient times. Since then, not a single purebred descendant has been born to them. Mo has 6 tails, which is much worse than when their clan was at its peak. If she decided to remain under Chen's tutelage, then she could evolve anyway, and the 9 tails would no longer be something incredible. Moreover, foxes have not had so many tails for more than 100 years. After Mo returned to her previous form, the girl noted that she seemed tired and decided to take a break. Meanwhile, the herbal decoction was ready, and Lin decided to take it. She felt that the influence of the destructive meridians was slowly weakening as the treatment progressed. The gentleman said that after the 2nd course of treatment, significant changes will occur, and as soon as the 3rd course is completed, the meridians will be completely restored. After this, the girl will be able to practice as much as she wants and independently choose the path along which she wants to move forward. Suddenly, Lin felt cold and realized that someone was approaching the territory of Chen's house. Yuz didn't expect to see an old man and a child here, so she wondered what they were doing here and who they were anyway. Perhaps these are his companions, but such a terrible creature has no need to have assistance. One has a low cultivation base and the other has a high one. Most likely they just fell into his hands. But then it dawned on her that these were his pawns, with whom he had befuddled the mind and forced them to serve him. Lin looked at her and didn't understand why she was upset. During the entire time she was in this house, she never saw anyone come here. This girl simply had an excellent appearance, but Lin believed that she was still a little better than her, and in general, this girl immediately began to irritate her. My thoughts were interrupted by my uncle's voice, who said that she was apparently the guest of a gentleman who had gone to rest. It will be bad if no one accepts her. The girl exhaled and thought that it seemed she would have to take it upon herself. Lin collected her thoughts and greeted the lady, but she flew past her, completely ignoring her. This infuriated the girl, and she screamed who the girl even was. The gentleman has gone to rest, and she will not allow her to disturb him. Yuz turned to her and hissed that her affairs with Chen had absolutely nothing to do with the girl. Uncle Lan decided to intervene in all this and said that the girl was behaving in an extremely inappropriate manner because she had invaded without an invitation. Yuz noted to herself that the old man was not nearly inferior to her in strength. Without wasting any time, Yuz decided to release the immortal body of the Ice Phoenix. After this, the guys guessed that she was Mu Yuzhuan from the Holy Land of Yuyuhua. The eldest exclaimed that since they understood who she was, then perhaps they would finally give way. But Lin replied that she didn't care, that she was a saint. Why would the Sui clan be afraid of her? Hearing this, Yuz was very surprised, because the Sui clan is the descendants of an ancient clan, dating back to time immemorial. Although they are an offshoot of the human race, unlike them, they hide in their own small secret world, from which they emerge only occasionally. Even if humanity is on the verge of destruction, this dynasty will not give them a helping hand. Maybe they belong to the same species that have a bad reputation in the world of cultivators. There are even rumors that the reason is their sudden disappearance in ancient times. Therefore, it is not at all surprising that they are somehow connected with that terrible monster. It seems that Qian was some kind of powerful master in ancient times, and now he has begun to carry out his specific plans. Stating that she didn't care what clan they were from, Yuz pushed Uncle Lan away and said that she needed to get there so no one could stop her. Lan got angry at this treatment and called her names. The girl turned around and decided that the Sui clan needed to be taught a lesson. But suddenly, they felt an overwhelming magical energy that emanated from Chen. The guys were simply in shock and did not understand what it was because this magical power was terrifying. Chen sneezed and asked why it was so cold and why they were making such a noise here. After which they noticed that Yuz was here. The guy immediately dreamed that now his business would take off since the girl might need something again, and she should have money with her. The young man exclaimed that she was a rare guest, so let her quickly go into the house. Lin was surprised that this girl was an acquaintance of the gentleman. The girl thought to herself that, of course, he was expecting her visit because her physique had not fully recovered due to the trap he had set. Lin noticed that Qian was literally glowing with happiness next to this girl. She didn't like it very much. Then she asked her uncle what he thought his relationship was with this lady. The man replied that the elder's cultivation level was so great that it seemed incredible. Saint Yuz, of course, is talented, but still she would hardly have attracted his attention. Then he added that any romantic relationship between them is unlikely. Most likely he is simply giving instructions to the younger one. The girl thought that her uncle's words still made sense. The saint may be good in appearance, but the master should not be worried about this, and meeting the enemy with a smile is a clear instruction from senior to junior. Lin decided for herself that this was definitely the case. At best, they just have a working connection. And in general, unlike her, she lived next to the master for some time. Chen spent a lot of effort to restore her destroyed meridians. They could talk about anything, at any time of the day or night. If we talk about some kind of relationship, then she is clearly much closer to the master. The young man treats one with kindness only because he sees her as a friend. Just like with Tushan Mo. This man may prefer both an intelligent and a strong woman. In that case, she should try much harder. Uncle responded to this by asking little miss to try to solve her problems herself. Meanwhile, the saint really liked the situation in the young man's house. There was an atmosphere of education, art, and talent all around. She received long-awaited peace and aesthetic pleasure. Her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a guy who asked what brought her here again. The girl again began to feel danger from him. His charming smile is inviting, and the atmosphere around him is both peaceful and comfortable. All this unconsciously relaxes people's vigilance. The young man was only thinking that lately he couldn't make ends meet and needed to earn extra money. He was very lucky that Yuz came again. To conduct business, it is important to have an attractive appearance. The girl thought to herself that if it weren't for her strong level of cultivation, she would have long been attracted to his false image. She said out loud that the painting she bought from him last time brought her great benefit, but there was something she couldn't comprehend. The saint understands that there is something missing in that picture, but let him tell her what exactly. I thought to myself that I decided to say everything directly, since I immediately discovered the trap he had set. She would like to see how he would explain it all. The guy sat in bewilderment and didn't understand what could be missing. The only answer that came to Chen's mind was that he had no idea. How can he know what is missing there? The young man thought that he had simply painted a picture of a frozen river. It has a wonderful concept and should be good in every aspect. Yuz thought to herself that judging by his facial expression, she had exposed his trick. Then something dawned on him, and he asked Miss Wan if she had been watching this painting every day since she took it. The girl was surprised by this question and replied that that was exactly how it happened. The guy replied that that was the whole problem. When she looks at the painting, she sees only its shell. Yuz simply did not understand the true concept of the picture. It's like seeing everything superficially and not comprehending the deeper meaning. But this doesn't surprise him because the picture was painted by him. Outstanding skills and high artistic concept were used for this image. The girl simply does not understand the true meaning, so it is too early for her to try to understand the whole picture. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about or what other concept it was. Does he really want to say that the girl was too obsessed with this painting? But she really ignored everything else because she wanted to restore her physique as quickly as possible. Then she wondered if he hadn't deliberately left a flaw in the painting in order to control it. But the young man suddenly said that he would now show her another of his works and she would understand everything. The girl began to have such a difficult thought process that her brain began to hurt. Then she drew attention to the shelf with figures carved from wood on which there was a receptacle for the sword. Another new object appeared next to him and it was written on it, Dian. This thing seemed very familiar to her. Most likely she had seen it in ancient books. In ancient legends, this object should definitely have been depicted. It suddenly dawned on her that this was the imperial seal. But how did it end up here? The girl came closer to look at her. The appearance of this seal simply fascinated her. This thing was left behind by the ancestor of the Dian Empire. Possession of this item is equivalent to the status of emperor. It is like the jade seal of the land of mortals. Such a valuable thing should only be in the possession of the emperor, so what is she doing here? Unless His Majesty himself gave it to this guy. It turns out that the emperor really made a deal with Chen, giving him a seal in exchange for defeating the golden-winged bird Pen clan. This is tantamount to handing over half the empire. It turns out that this young man is already indirectly controlling her. It's all just some kind of bad dream. This man's methods and plans are far more terrible than she imagined. The girl became very scared. It was dangerous to stay in this place any longer, and she thought the best solution would be to simply run away. Suddenly, Chen's voice rang out, and Yuz jumped in surprise. The young man apologized for keeping her waiting for a long time, since for a long time he could not find what he needed. Then he began to invite her to look at this picture because he felt that it should suit her. The guy noted that the girl became somehow sad and did not understand why, but in fact, she was upset because she did not have time to escape from this house. The saint said that since in his opinion she needed it, she would get it. I thought to myself that she was stupid. We'll have to exchange again. But now it's a hopeless situation because if something goes wrong, then there won't even be bones left of it. Fortunately, the Holy Sovereign is not aware of all this. Otherwise, the Yuyuwa Holy Land would most likely simply disappear from the face of the earth. The guy exclaimed that she hadn't even seen what was there yet. So how can Yuz know that he is right? I thought to myself that it seemed as if he was threatening her to buy something from him. Unexpectedly, the girl fell to her knees and stated that his cultivation realm was so high that he should always be right in everything he said, and she, as a junior, should listen to his advice more. The guy was confused and asked her to get up because such politeness was absolutely useless. Then he added that in this case, let him take this painting in the same way as last time. I thought to myself that it was time to end this kind of business. Juan's imagination drew an angry image of a guy who asked in a threatening voice how she was going to pay. Yuz realized that, like last time, she could leave only by exchanging something with him for something. But then she began to get nervous and think about what she could offer him. After all, last time, the saint gave him the most expensive thing for herself, a hair clip gifted by the Ice Emperor Tianhan. How does this person manage to find things that she hides so carefully? She didn't understand what to do because Emperor Dian had made an exchange for the seal, and if she now offered him some small change, it would clearly cause him dissatisfaction. Looking at the strange behavior of the girl, Chen did not understand what it was. Huan thought that she had only one way out and handed the master the amber of the Frosty Phoenix prisoner. Then she asked if he would take it. The young man noted to himself that at first glance this toy looks more expensive than a silver hairpin, but does the painting have such value? This is the gem that Yu's condensed into her frozen phoenix prisoner body. It may not be a magical weapon, but it is unparalleled. This item is equivalent to Huan's life. The one who has this thing controls its life. In other words, she is ready to give her life for this picture. The girl thought to herself that nothing could be done about it, since Emperor Dian generally sacrificed half of the empire. If she gave something similar to the last one this time, she would never be able to satisfy the needs of this monster. Then she asked rhetorically why such vile practitioners like to control other people's lives. Then she was upset that after all the path she had traveled and the plans she had developed, she still sank to the very bottom. Lin asked her uncle in confusion what happened to Yuz, because at first she appeared all confident and now she is running away cowardly. Lan replied that perhaps she received some kind of hint from the elder and decided to leave quickly in order to deal with her problem. After all, each product of the elder contains its own zest. Even just looking at them brings incredible benefits. The girl began to be jealous and thought that she wanted this too. When she reached the Yuhua mountain pass, the saint exhaled that she had finally managed to escape. She felt extremely helpless because she had to give up the most valuable thing she had to escape, and that was her life. If she had not offered him something like this, she might not have been able to pay at all. Now she has a picture and needs to look at it as soon as possible. After she unfolded it, a bright light began to emanate from the painting, and its cold aura was simply mesmerizing. It dawned on the girl that he was saying that she cared too much about the concept of the painting and not about the painting itself. This means that having the body of an Ice Phoenix prisoner, Yuz only cared about her physique, ignoring the cultivation of her soul. It was this piece of the puzzle that she was missing. The saint gradually begins to realize everything, simply looking at the snow-capped mountain. A girl should not remain an observer. She should become a snowy mountain herself in this huge world. Over time, her soul will only become stronger. Finally, she learned the missing information, and now it seems that the icy body and state of mind are about to unite. This painting is so powerful that it not only restores the root of her physique, but also enhances the cultivation of her soul. This is incredible power, and it seems that only truly saints can create such a thing. But then she threw all these thoughts aside, because how could she admire such a monster? He longs to take the whole world into his hands. After which, I began to convince myself that this painting was purchased for a huge price. And this is an ordinary transaction that is not worthy of admiration, so it is necessary to get it out of my head. Yuz decided that she needed to calm down and find eternal peace, so she began to meditate. But she was unable to concentrate, since the young man did not come out from behind her head at all. The girl began to realize that he was already imprinted in the depths of her soul and heart. In addition, she has spent the spirit of the phoenix and now her life is under his almost complete control. This young man captures her step by step. If the day comes when her body and soul are completely under his control, all she can do is hold tightly to her heart. Suddenly, her younger sister appeared and asked what she was doing here. Then she said that she was going to go to the sacred kingdom of Yuhua tomorrow. The eldest was surprised. This place of practice belongs to the Holy Land. It is full not only of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also of various insights that were left by the ancestors. Yuhua is also known as the land of good fortune. However, if a cultivator is not careful, he may become completely immersed in self-knowledge, and as a result, his soul will be locked with no way to free himself. Once upon a time, Yuz already went there and barely managed to get out. Therefore, Yun was a little afraid that it would be hard for her too. Regardless of the quarrels, they are family. Even if there are grievances between them, the sisters are still attached to each other. Suddenly, the younger one drew attention to the picture that was behind her older sister. Then she asked if Yuz went to see the elder. The girl answered yes. Yun exclaimed, which means she also received something useful from the master. The saint thought to herself that she almost lost her life. If not for the precious stone, she would not even be able to escape from there. Then she came close to the younger one and said that it was none of her business where and why she went, so she had no right to scold her. My sister asked why she thought Yun didn't care about her. She really doesn't like the fact that the eldest says one thing to her face and does something completely different behind her back. Yuz stated that Chen was a real monster, and she herself went to him for help and received the painting. If she really thinks so badly of him, then it's better to give this landscape to her, and the girl will go and return it to him. Inwardly, the girl was angry that her sister was behaving inappropriately. This means that it bothers others to go to Qian, but she herself visits him periodically. The saint asked if she was mocking her or something because she got this painting at the cost of her own life. And now Yun wants to go and return it just like that. Let her better not mind her own business, but go and prepare for a trip to the sacred kingdom of Yuhua. They'll talk a little later, after she becomes truly strong. Yun thought to herself that the eldest was actually worried that after awakening the body of the immortal phoenix, Yun would be able to compete with her, so she decided to go to Chen. The girl did not expect that her sister had such a mean, dark side after all. They were family after all. She said out loud that she had nothing against the eldest going to the master and even supported it. But she should never dare to say nasty things about him again while receiving some kind of help from him. The young man has not done anything wrong to Yuz, and he is not a monster at all. The girl went too far with her hypocrisy. Yun had never thought about taking away the saint status from her sister before, but now she has changed her mind, and after leaving the Yuhua Holy Land, she will fight her for this status and beat the crap out of her. Then, with a chuckle, she said to her sister, "Bye-bye," and abruptly flew away. The eldest did not understand what it was all about. Meanwhile, in the Yuhua Heavenly Palace, people were talking about how the ancestor of the land of Qinyun would soon die due to his old wounds. So when he makes his move, it will be necessary to act boldly and decisively. The emperor is quite confident in the strength and capabilities of their ancestors, but now they are faced with an enemy who is not ready to say goodbye to his life. The subordinate was told that everything was on full alert. His Holiness clarified whether the ancestor was aware of this. The servants replied that he knew everything, and after he heard about it, he did not stop them. The young man replied that this is wonderful, and let them not forget that no one should know about it except those who are present here. I thought to myself that if others found out about this, it would be a huge blow. So no matter what happened, their whole business should remain a complete secret. Meanwhile, 5,000 li from the Yuhua Holy Land, a man was telling Yunlan that certain things must definitely be done. In the last battle, he lost during the last push, and now there is one drawback. He has very little time to live. Even if the result of the battle this time was exactly the same, he would not regret what he had done. The girl listened to him carefully and replied that she would accompany him to the last. The old man thought to himself that the fact that Tantai Yunlan had cultivated next to him since she was a child should make her a peerless practitioner. It was not in vain that he lived his life, and how it was possible to create such a beautiful physique in his descendant. After which he told his student that it was time for them to go, because there were only 3 days left before the agreed date for the battle. Suddenly, the girl noticed the treehouse and wondered why it was in such a remote place. Meanwhile, Uncle and Lin admired the young man's graceful playing of the zither. They felt the magic in their bodies literally begin to surge and rapidly increase. Our hero simply remembered that he had not practiced this musical instrument for a long time and decided to relax a little. The guests felt that every note played by the elder contained a very deep meaning. Only a celestial being can do something like this. Noticing some shadow outside the window, the girl asked her uncle who was there. Lan replied that he wasn't sure if it was an ordinary person the way he intentionally spreads his aura. When the elder showed himself, the young man asked in confusion what he needed and who he was. The man asked if he had just played the zither. The young man answered fearfully that yes. Meanwhile, a girl appeared from under the fabric, and it dawned on the guests that on her head There was simply a chair on which this old man was sitting. Not long before, uninvited guests had been spying on this house and determined that there was a mortal and 2 cultivators there, one of which is strong. He did not understand how a simple person could end up in such a place. After all, it is extremely close to the holy land of Yuyua. The lives of mortals are in danger here, and no matter where they are, they may not survive. The girl said that from a very young age, she had not seen mortals. After which I heard a wonderful melody coming from that wooden house. She has never encountered such strange sounds of a zither. This theory of music is different from anything she has heard before. The old man concluded that since Tantei Yunlei had never encountered such a thing, then most likely that person was at the saint level, so he wanted to go see him. The youngest is also interested in playing the zither, but the more she immerses herself, the more she understands how similar the music is. Then she asked to play in front of the master so that he could point out the shortcomings that needed to be corrected. The young man replied that it would not be difficult for him, so of course let him play and he will help as much as he can. Our hero noted that the instrument in the hands of this beauty looks much more expensive than his. We can conclude that they can become his potential clients and he will begin to earn money by teaching. Yunlin thought that she should try to get rid of the distractions in her heart and switch herself to some ethereal state. Playing this musical instrument is not a matter of skill. You just need to get into the feelings. As soon as the girl started playing, Lin noted that she was making unusual sounds. My uncle confirmed and said that this music blends with the surrounding world and has an incredible concept. During this game, the auras of heaven and earth began to continuously unite. They had never seen anything like this before. This method of cultivation is not at all ordinary. Lin noted that the ability to evolve during the game and enhance one's realm refers to the legendary holy body of heavenly sound. Most likely, this girl is a saint from the holy land of Xinyan. The names of Qin Yunqi and the saint are known throughout the world of cultivators. She heard that the old man was seriously injured in his youth and would soon die. It seems that he wants to spend the remaining time on the owner of the heavenly sound body. She may not understand music, but it is quite clear that good development awaits her after meeting her elder. Having finished playing, the girl said that this melody is called Soulmate. It represents her real feelings. Then she asked what the guy thought about it. In the Holy Land, everyone reveres her as I advise and bows before her. But she was always very lonely and wanted to find a soulmate who would understand her, so she created such a melody. After thinking a little, the young man replied that her music was nothing special and was mediocre. Yunlan has a holy body of heavenly sound and is the current Holy Land of Xinyan. It does not need to be cultivated, but it is enough just to understand the essence of the path of music, and then insight will not be long in coming. In her area, everyone respects the girl as a saint and the younger generation admires her, but the older ones dote on her and try to protect her in every possible way. Tantei knew that she was different from all practitioners. She is destined to be different because of the holy body of heavenly sound and will have to remain alone on this path of enlightenment. This song is an inner call that she wants to find a fellow expert. Hearing the master's verdict, Yulan almost lost consciousness, and the old man immediately exclaimed that the young man had gone too far with what he had said. After all, his youngest may still be young, but she excels at playing the zither. Then he asked if he was definitely not biased in what he said. The young man explained that her melody is beautiful, but in fact it is banal. He understands that the girl wanted to convey the idea of searching for the same connoisseur of music, but the song feels arrogant. Nobility is also felt, but there is no hint of a search for a soulmate. The girl has an excessively high opinion of herself, and this is quite normal, since she has been surrounded by love since childhood and has not experienced any difficulties in life. The old man thought that he knew how to play the zither, but this young man says the right things. His ward is under reliable protection in the holy land of Xinyan. They always took extra care of her so that she would not have to face difficulties. The younger one began to understand the older one's words. While playing, she was filled with arrogance, so she decided to ask how she should change the song. The old man was touched that his girl decided to deal with her problems herself, which meant that the child had finally matured and he was very proud of her. But suddenly Chen said that this song cannot be changed and must only be destroyed. Hearing this, Yunlan began to run away. The old man exclaimed that she had been studying music since childhood and was very obsessed with it, so let her say at least a few good words. If this continues, she may die. The young man noted to himself that more problematic visitors had arrived, but he told the truth: if they don't want to hear or accept him, then it's not his problem. After which he decided to play and said that the song can only be improved with understanding and words. Let them listen while he plays, and then compare his song with the one played by Yunlan. If they notice the difference, then there is still salvation. But if not, then there is only one piece of advice: to give up the game for good. As we continuously immersed ourselves in the digital game, everyone began to have special feelings, as if they were in another dimension. The pleasant sound became like a peacefully flowing mountain spring. Blurry pictures also began to appear. They depicted a lonely wanderer. He was incredibly talented and loved music so much that he used his instrument every day. One day he was playing in the mountains, enjoying the languid echoes, but suddenly he noticed a mortal woodcutter with a bundle of cotton, who stood and clapped his hands. The ascetic, out of curiosity, began to communicate with this man and, to his surprise, discovered that the man was extremely knowledgeable in music theory. From that time on, they became good friends, considering each other kindred spirits, ready to exchange their experiences while listening to the zither play. Thus, 3 years passed unnoticed by them, and the ascetic had to leave the woodcutter because something happened to his master. They agreed to meet again in a year, when the spring flowers bloom. But unfortunately, they were unable to meet again, since the woodcutter died 6 months later from a terrible disease. Having learned about this, the wanderer was heartbroken and came to his grave with tears in his eyes and began to play a sad song. After it ended, the young man burst into tears and realized that his good friend was no more, and no one in the world could understand this music. He destroyed his zither, which he held in his hands, and never again played a single melody in his life. After that, the man lived his life until his death, never touching musical instruments again. Those present were deeply moved by Chen's playing and realized that this melody was a kindred spirit. The guy explained that this song is called A High Mountain and a Flowing River. The melody should break your heart because our soulmate can only be found at the end of the world. Yunlan fell to her knees in front of him and began to beg him to teach her such a beautiful game. The old man added that if he agrees to accept her as his student, he will even be ready to warm up food for him and entertain him with dancing. The guy replied that he agreed, but studying music theory requires a lot of patience. Will the two of them be able to come here every day? The girl replied that she could easily start building a house next to his right now. Lin asked her uncle how long Tante had decided to live here. Lan replied that it seemed so. The girl began to get upset that first there was Yuz, and now a saint from another holy land. The uncle exclaimed not to worry because Yunlan was just a student. Lin exclaimed that teacher and student are 2 different positions of seniority, so she has a much better chance and will work hard to surpass both of them. Meanwhile, the old man was examining the house and was shocked because there were many carved figures and painted pictures around. Also, if he is not mistaken, then he has the original Ice Phoenix Amber and the Prisoner Ice Emperor's hairpin. Plus, there is also a Tushan fox here. Noticing the Emperor's seal, the elder began to think that the reason for Dantian's victory was connected with this man, because the clan of the golden-winged bird Peng was defeated by the sword that appeared, which tore apart the heavens. Suddenly, the young man announced that this grandfather did not have long to live. Grandfather was surprised at first, but then replied that he was right, and he really didn't have long to live. The young man asked if he had thought about getting treatment. The elder replied that he not only thought, but also tried to use many methods, but everything was in vain. During his youth, Sin Yunchi was a powerful man who was very famous throughout the world of cultivators. At that time, he had the same strong physique as Chen. He was a tall and handsome young genius with a heroic nature. We can say that for some time he was one of a kind, but he never expected that the injury he received would, through negligence, damage his source of spiritual energy. But as the ancestor of the Holy Land, Sin did not sit still, and for many years tried to use its various resources. For example, medical records from thousands of years ago, medicines and magical powers. He tried everything he could, including immortality pills to extend his longevity, but as a result, he could only watch his life expire. After all these years, he has long lost hope, and now his only desire is to end the battle and raise Tantai Yunlan. As for everything else, he simply doesn't pay attention. The old man cannot demand of himself to continue living, although he experiences strong nostalgia. This was his fate, and he decided to accept it. Our hero stopped him and said that he shouldn't think so much about his death. It's just that all her past ways were wrong. I thought to myself that this grandpa was talking some kind of nonsense and he could still be saved. Sin was taken aback by what he heard. Really? All his injuries can be easily fixed. Chen asked him not to worry so much, otherwise he was afraid that his heart might not stand it. Qian explained that although he is old, his body is still in good shape and the problem is not the medication, but the exercise. Then he asked if he had heard anything about gymnastics. Yunqi replied that it seemed the master did not understand anything. The injury sapped his longevity. In other words, living your life on longevity pills is simply useless. And what kind of gymnastics? What kind of nonsense is this? The guy simply doesn't know that such techniques are useless for him. But the young man objected that if he said that they could help him, then it really was so. Our hero did not like this reaction, so he said that everything depended on his desire. If he did not want, then the young man would not insist. The old man, after thinking a little, replied that he agreed to try his methods of treatment. Chen exclaimed that he had something perfect for him and would bring it now. Sin thought to himself that it seems he still hasn't completely abandoned thoughts of healing, because when he found out that there was still hope, he decided to try his luck again. The so-called temptation of longevity is something that no technique can cope with, unless you can try to rejuvenate the body and give it a second life. But this has not been done since ancient times. Meanwhile, our hero returned and threw some kind of notebook on the table in front of the old man. The old man was enveloped in energy, and he asked in surprise what it was, because life force emanated from it. One has only to look at the 4 hieroglyphs on the cover, and one can already feel the restoration of vitality. The young man replied that he recently wrote this, while he had nothing else to do. There are various medical treatment methods mixed there. Let him open this notebook and look. Chen added that as long as he takes good care of his health, everything will be fine. He does not say that this can completely help him return to his former state, but it is definitely within his power to prolong his life. The main movements are indicated on the first pages. The young man collected this data based on his feelings towards life. Let him start practicing them every day. This will definitely benefit his health. This even terrified the old man a little, because it seemed that the bottomless vital force of heaven and earth was continuously pouring into his body. The exercises on each page are filled with various subtleties. One glance is enough to realize the immeasurable benefits of this notebook. On the flip side, there is a more mysterious restoration of body and spirit. But for now, he will practice the exercises indicated on the first pages. This process will take no more than 3 years. After some time, the young man asked how the old man liked these notes, because he turned out to be right, and all because he understood them very well. In response, he heard a young voice who said that this technique would definitely help solve his current problem, which had tormented him for so many years. Seeing the handsome young man in front of him, our hero was taken aback and wondered who he was and how he came here. It turned out that every time the old man opened the book, he was filled with vital energy and turned into a younger version of himself. Sin never ceased to admire her and said that every time he looked at her, new knowledge appeared. The guy replied that Yunqi knows a lot about things because it took him a lot of effort to write this book. The old man was surprised and said that if he wrote it, then it is too valuable and he cannot accept such a treasure. But our hero said that it's okay. Let him take it, because he is a relative of his new student, and giving him one of his books is sheer nonsense for him. The old man mentally admired this expert because his perfection is incomprehensible, and his kingdom is immensely high. If other cultivators found out about this notebook, they would start fighting tooth and nail for it. And this person gives it away so easily and doesn't ask for anything in return. This master is simply incomparable and has a generous soul. A man cannot just accept it. Any business requires payment, and especially such a precious book. In this situation, he can still offer him something. Sin stated that he has traveled the world for thousands of years and is well aware that any business requires payment. If he is going to give him this book, then he must offer something in return. Then he asked me to look at one thing. This was Sin Yun's sacred order. It is unique in the entire world and was carved by the Holy Land's ancestor Sin Yun. With this order, the guy can unconditionally get anything he wants. Even the Lord must obey the owner of such an order as his head, and of course, our hero had no idea about this. He only thought that this thing was not gold or silver, and whether it was possible to get at least some money for it. Unknowingly, the Holy Land order was accidentally placed next to the Dayan Emperor's seal. Sin decided to stay here for a while, because the only thing he wanted now was to study the notes in the notebook in detail. Yunlan entered the room and asked why the mentor had recently invited him to enter, and if something had happened. But the old man shouted joyfully that he was no longer in danger of death and ran away. A little later, when Qian went out into the yard for a walk, he noticed a small hut next to his house. He didn't bother with it and went to prepare dinner. Everything looked quite natural. Only the stunned fox, who had just woken up, did not understand what was happening at all, watching the owner's conversation with some old man and young woman who were incredibly strong. Mo didn't understand what happened because she just decided to take a nap for a while. The guy noted that the fox had a strange look. She thought to herself that she already had 7 tails and needed to continue eating in order to quickly awaken the divine veins again. Some time later, Chen continued to give acupuncture sessions to Lin, and the treatment went well. The influence of the meridian became weaker. Then our hero began to teach Yunlan music theory. This was very important to her. Some people, with just a little nudge, they immediately begin to understand everything. Tante, on the other hand, felt like she was in heaven. The young man also shared some knowledge of gymnastics with the old man Sin. Despite the stressful days, Qian was happy in his own way. During all this time, the girls managed to get along well with each other. They were complete strangers to each other, but later grew apart and became good friends. As for my uncle, he often spent time talking with Xin. It's not a bad idea to make a friend, even if you're not soulmates. Such a beautiful day made the cultivators regret what they had done in the past, to the point that they began to remember those days when they strived for immortality. Was it even worth those battles and killings? Meanwhile, Emperor Liz was looking for the place where his beloved daughter was being held. It seemed to him that it was very close to him. The clouds in the sky were thickening, and the old man noted that it seemed that guests were approaching them, and not in the best mood. The guys began to think about what to do because the owner had gone to take a nap, and they didn't really want to disturb him. While there is no need to go to Yuyue City, Sroot sleeps for several hours every day, so the elder's sleep cannot be allowed to be disturbed. Sin stated that he would go and meet him. Yunlan started to worry a little, but then she thought that nothing bad should happen in theory. Lin replied that even if it happens, it won't be that bad, considering the senior's abilities. Even the most powerful cultivators cannot enter here. The uncle exclaimed that who knows how angry he might get if he was suddenly awakened. Such horror can happen that no one will survive it. Meanwhile, Tush and Mo began to feel a very familiar spiritual energy. Suddenly, Qin Yunqi materialized in front of the enraged Fox Emperor. The man asked in surprise what he was doing here. The old man told him to go back and not come closer. His Majesty ordered not to stand in his way because he has business with this mortal. Even if he is the ancestor of the Holy Land, he cannot stop him from saving his daughter. Sin replied that it must be some kind of misunderstanding. Then he decided to warn him before it was too late that he would not be able to defeat the one he was looking for. Let him remove the bestial aura and not disturb his sleep before Chen gets very angry. The emperor of the tribe only became even more furious and threateningly asked not to disturb him. What to do? Sleep with his daughter or something? The old man generally understands what he is talking about, after which he rushed to attack the ancestor, but he successfully repelled it. The head of the tribe noted to himself that he was still the same. The old man smiled slyly and began to leaf through the notebook that the master gave him. After this, Sin turned into his younger version. The Fox Emperor asked in surprise who he was. Mo's father didn't understand what kind of devilish book this was, but then he thought that he didn't care about it. He still had to deal with it. After that, they began to fight each other. But since their forces were equal, no one could be the winner. Yunchi once again tried to reason with the Fox Emperor and hoped that he would listen to him after all. Having said that behind it is the hidden abode of a powerful practitioner. If you anger him, then not only the princess, but also he himself may find himself in his disfavor. The ancestor of the Holy Land saw that the emperor was not going to calm down, and no arguments helped. However, he could never let him disturb the master. If the head of the clan does not understand well, then there is only one thing left: to take advantage of the ignition of the blood of God. A huge tornado immediately appeared in the sky, obscuring the entire sky within a radius of 1,000 li. Sin shouted that this is the true strength of the human race. If he wants it so bad, they will fight to the end. The emperor was also not going to give up so easily, so he used a technique: the claws of the immortal Tushan fox. Looking at all this, Yunchi summoned his divine aura and demonstrated the Tinyon finger imprisonment technique. Hearing a terrible roar, Lin asked if this was the true power of the ancestor. Yunlan explained that the old man used the ignition of God's blood. She is very worried about him, so they simply have to do something. The girl took her hand and said that as long as there was an elder there, everything would be fine with them. So no need to worry so much. The girl calmed down a little and thought that indeed the mentor would be able to sort everything out anyway. Meanwhile, the Fox Emperor said that Sin might have burned the blood of God, but he would not last long, and over time he would become exhausted, after which he would play. In other words, he will die. The ancestor replied sarcastically that he was very scared, so, of course, let him pass. His Majesty thought that he had truly given up. The great treasure, namely the robe of the nine-tailed fox, which he took with him, is now worthless, but he came here to save his daughter. So now is not the time to think about it. But as soon as he tried to step into the territory of our hero, the formation immediately worked and fiery shackles began to engulf him. The emperor didn't understand what this unknown force was and what exactly was happening to him, so I just screamed loudly in horror. Gradually, he turned into a little fox and wondered what all this nonsense was. Animals are close friends of people, and people are the companions they count on. At the very beginning of history, humans evolved from animals into more intelligent, high-level beings, but they will always have something in common with other animals. Taking the Fox Emperor into his arms, the ancestor exclaimed what kind of cute little animal appeared here. No matter how he tried, he could not free himself. It was as if he had never practiced before and it scared him very much. Was his cultivation really destroyed? After this, the clan head remembered Chin Yunchi's warning. All the words about the strongest enemy turned out to be true. The girls looked in surprise at the ancestor, who had transformed into a young man and did not understand who this handsome man was. Yunchi stated that he had warned him, but he decided not to listen to his advice. He then told the clan leader to look at the powerful aura hovering over the house. This was Master Qian. The Fox Emperor was lucky that the eldest did not get angry, but only returned him to his original form. His Majesty was shocked and did not understand what kind of powerful entity this was. Sin replied that this was a real peerless mentor who was supposedly an ancient saint. The leader of the tribes was very surprised and could not believe that the ancient saint decided to live in such a wilderness. But perhaps this is the same ancestor who wanted to go against heaven and was not interested in anything other than achieving immortality. So he decided to hide here and create a secret refuge for himself. The fox screamed loudly. Why didn't Sin tell him about this before? The old man replied that he kept talking, but the emperor did not listen to him and decided to do as he saw fit. In ancient times, the Fox clan was very powerful. This led to the fact that the strongest were hunted, after which they were kept captive in large cages. They were treated like pets, and now his daughter was captured. What should he do now? Suddenly, his suffering was interrupted by the voice of his beloved daughter, who called him. He immediately ran to her and they started hugging. Her father asked if she was okay, if she was hurt, and how the princess was even here. The fox exclaimed that the master treats her well, and if he doesn't believe, then let him check everything himself. The other guests were as amazed as when they first heard that this fox could talk. The girl said that she knew that he was very worried, but let him just look at this and not worry anymore. Then she decided to show him her tails. Having counted as many as 7 tails, the emperor was amazed because none of their tribe had been able to reach such a level of development for a long time. The father was surprised how it happened because before she only had 6 tails. Therefore, the daughter began to explain to him everything about nutrition and the elder's good attitude towards her. The clan head was amazed because he had never heard of such things before. He could not even imagine that food could help evolve. If you distribute such food to the clan, then all its members will be able to become geniuses only by eating it. And then the rise of the Tushan tribe will only be a matter of time. It turned out that the master takes care of his daughter and feeds her. He came here under the impulse of anger to attack him, but everything turned out not to be as he thought. The fact that someone from their clan has already acquired the Seven Tails bloodline is already an incredible success. This master is so worried about his daughter, how noble he is to help her with her development. Gradually, the aura of anger and misunderstanding dissipated, and calm came again. Everyone present felt this clearly. Chen did not take everything that happened seriously. The daughter said that the eldest is a very generous person. The man agreed with this and confirmed that he was simply being reckless. She is very lucky that she can follow the master. Whatever happens in the future, let his daughter not leave him until he gives permission. The fox also wanted to thank him somehow for his kindness. Then he turned to the girls and asked them to take care of Mo in the future. If she behaves badly, then let them just teach her a lesson. The friends replied that they understood everything and would definitely do as the Fox Emperor said. The daughter turned to her dad and told him to meet with Chen. This person is very kind and will not blame him for anything. The head of the clan replied that he would not go anywhere because it was too much mercy to receive the master's forgiveness because of his terrible behavior. If they cross paths, the fox will only displease him. On this note, the emperor went back to his tribe. The girl asked him to take care of himself and say hello to his ancestors, and she would return home as soon as possible. Mo thought that, fortunately, Dad decided not to take her by force. It would turn out that blood relationship is on the one hand and great luck on the other. The thought of making a choice between the two is an education headache. Suddenly the girls called her sister and said that they had to go because the eldest must have been waiting for them. The fox felt great, so she thought it was better to stay in animal form because turning into a human would not compare with that. Uncle, who was watching them from afar, thought that some things should be dealt with as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Emperor Fox returned to his clan and everyone greeted him joyfully. The wards began to ask a bunch of questions, starting from what happened there, whether he defeated the man in blue, and ending with where the princess was. They wouldn't let him say a word, so the head of the clan got angry and yelled at them all to shut their mouths. The young man ordered that there should be no more questions on this matter. This is the fate of the princess and there is no need to interfere with it. Meanwhile, the guy, who did not suspect anything, woke up and went out into his yard. There he was met by all the guests who looked at him with admiration and great respect. The young man looked at them and did not understand why their look changed so much after he went to take a nap. Our hero decided not to pay attention to this. If he doesn't know something, then so be it. Chen turned to Sin and asked how he was doing with the book he gave him. The old man replied that he had many ideas about her. So I am confident that the desired effect will soon appear. After which he turned to Yunlin and said that she has been studying very well lately and he is pleased with it. When it comes to music, it's better to have your own idea. Lin was next and he said that now it was time to talk about her. The girl replied that everything was taken into account. She was glad that the master was the last one to talk about her and was very happy. The guy continued that her illness went through several courses of treatment. The effect produced can be said to be excellent, and she is much better than before. So it's time to move on to the last step, which will help completely get rid of diseases in her body. Initially, it was a very dangerous process. However, fortunately, thanks to the care he provided her during all the procedures, it will be avoided. Lin didn't fully believe that this was possible. This disease has haunted her to this day. Everyone constantly pestered her that the meridians were torn and this child would not be able to cultivate. And the fact that a clan member cannot develop can be equated to death itself. This child is defective and no good will come of him. The little girl didn't understand why her father was so angry, so she decided to ask her uncle about everything. Lin asked if her dad hates her. Did she really do something wrong? He replied that she behaved well and did nothing wrong. Her father is angry that he cannot find a way to cure her illness. The girl asked why then her father never looks her in the eyes and practically does not pay attention to her, as if she does not exist. Her uncle asked her not to say anything stupid. Dad is simply too busy, and she needs to take care of her physique and then she can develop. Let the child try and surprise his father. But in fact, the girl understood everything perfectly. She knew that her meridians were damaged and would never be able to start cultivating in her life. Also, I was aware that the Scion clan only cares about development and respects strength. Does she know that she has a low status in the clan and is constantly subjected to sideways and contemptuous glances? Even the elder brother is extremely ashamed that she is his sister. In the eyes of her own father, the daughter is just an ordinary speck of dust, completely unnecessary to anyone, all due to damaged Tianin meridians. Once the girl can overcome their limits, she will prove that she can overcome this curse. She is sure that in this way, she will be able to impress her dad. Lin will not accept his fate so easily. It didn't matter how much effort it took or how difficult it would be, but she would definitely find a way to cure her illness. One day, her father caught her when the girl was delving into ancient books and trying to find a solution to her problem. He hit her and ordered her to surrender. The meridians were torn apart by fate, and since this is her fate, then she must come to terms with it. There is no cure. There is no need to look for something that is not there. This all only made her despise and hate herself more. She was hurt by the fact that her father actually abandoned her. The terrible memories were interrupted by the voice of her uncle, who became worried and asked if everything was okay with her, because she froze so abruptly, as if in a valve. Maybe she started to feel bad. The girl replied that she was fine, she was just thinking a little. Then she clarified where they stopped. Lan asked in surprise that she really listened to everything. Chen replied that it was not scary and he would repeat it again. A terrible disease tormented her for many years and did not give her a peaceful life. On the one hand, this may seem like a disaster, but with his own hands he can reverse this luck. The young man thought that it seemed his theory was correct. If you keep yin within a certain limit, then you can then convert it into energy. For example, yin lin can be compared to a medicine, and it is said that every medicine has side effects. But if used correctly, even poison can save lives. Since he studied medicine well, he would definitely be able to do this with his skills and knowledge. The girl asked in surprise if she had heard correctly. Was it true that the elder said that the meridians that had tormented her all these years could turn into luck for her? The guy replied that everything was correct. Her illness can be understood as a yin clot that can damage the root and cause physical problems. From a medical point of view, women are predominantly yin. If its number increases, then this is not bad at all. He will be able to keep it in a certain range and Lin will not be in any danger. In this way, not only will her illness be cured, but her body will also become better thanks to proper nutrition. Of course, for now, it's all just his imagination. But after all her hard life, she now has the power to change her future. Whether she wants to keep this disease or get rid of it is up to her to decide. The girl could not contain her emotions because she could not believe that her torment could soon end. The old man was surprised because these are Tianan meridians. For a cultivator, this is undoubtedly an incurable disease. He has lived in this world for thousands of years and has never heard that something like this can be corrected. So when the elder said that he could heal the meridians, he was very shocked. And now the guy is even saying that the meridians can be a blessing for Lin. If this is true, then this opportunity is a great success, and this girl's life can finally get better. It was hard for Lin to believe that this was really possible, because they had tormented her since childhood, depriving her of the opportunity to develop. It was all like a bad dream from which it was impossible to wake up. Could this really turn out to be a blessing? She was very scared, and even now she still wanted to get rid of them. But the elder, after all, is a difficult person, and the opportunity that he wants to give her could be what changes her future. Even if they are cured, they can still continue to accumulate and then grow rapidly, and what will happen next is unclear. It will be too late for her to catch up with the cultivation geniuses, and everything will remain a stupid dream. Without enlightenment, the further path of development will be very difficult, so she decided to believe the elder and keep them for herself. The young man replied that Lin is very brave and shouldn't worry, since he is well aware of this, so no accidents are expected. As he already said, This illness will be her blessing and good fortune. Uncle was very touched and was glad that little Miss would survive and this nightmare would finally end. A little later, Lan came to Lin and said that he was leaving her and returning back to the clan. The girl asked if he was really going to tell his father that Qian decided to cure her meridians. The uncle replied that it was true. She has been absent from the sect for a long time. The head allowed her to leave him, but a lot of time had already passed. Initially, he only wanted to leave when she was completely healed. But what happened today made him worried. After all, the head of the clan may decide to come for her. She knows her father very well. He only respects strong cultivators and will not tolerate anyone stronger than himself. If he comes here, a big battle will begin. Therefore, it is better to take the opportunity and explain everything to him in advance. The girl began to remember how her father asked her whether she understood her situation. Lin replied that yes, there is no way to heal the meridians. So she just wants to go out and explore this beautiful world. After this, she will spend her entire life in the clan and will not mislead anyone. The head of the clan replied that this was all fine, but it was necessary to set a date for her return, and after that, let it be as she wanted. But she should know that her dad is very worried about her. If nothing happens, then let her return early, because her father will always be waiting. Her thoughts were interrupted by her uncle's voice, who said that her treatment had reached the most important point, so she could not go anywhere now. As for her meridian, as long as there is a master here, he need not worry. The most important thing now is to explain everything to the head of the clan. Lin replied that her uncle knew her father's character better than her. If he is aware of all this, then a lot of problems will arise, because from the very beginning, he was dissatisfied with the fact that she wanted to cure her illness. He ordered her to give up and said that since this was fate, then she needed to come to terms with it. If she ever talks about this again, the consequences will be catastrophic. Father will never accept this. It seems the best option was to accept my fate back then. Only Chen can heal her, so no matter how unhappy the father is, it will not change anything. Lan sat down next to her and said that the head should still be aware of this, because the girl would not be able to keep it a secret all the time. The man asked her not to worry. Even if the head gets angry, he will be the first to get hit, and his uncle will do everything to convince him. Miss has suffered injustice for many years. The girl was often overwhelmed by depression or despair, but she always tried to overcome it and fought against it, so she deserves admiration. It seems to him that this is her last chance for salvation. When the head finds out about this, he should still be happy for his daughter in his heart, no matter what he says. Regardless of his reaction, Lan will try to get the head to accept everything as it should. When she returns to the sect, big changes will await her. With the capabilities of the clan, her development will take off. The girl hugged him and thanked him for taking care of her all these years and not abandoning her. But he must give her his word that if his father becomes angry, he will not be a hero. Let him take care of himself. Memories came flooding back to my uncle, how a young girl, before her death, asked him to take care of her daughter. The man replied that of course he would fulfill her last wish and do everything to save her. Meanwhile, our hero was preparing for tomorrow and did not suspect anything. Yunlun wanted to see what Lin and the master were doing there, but the old man stopped her and said that it was better not to disturb them now. At this time, the girl was engaged in meditation to condense spiritual energy. A little later, Chen told Lin that she looked good and seemed to have gotten used to her current condition. Now he would like to explain to her how her last course of treatment will proceed. At the first stage, she took a decoction. He had to stabilize the condition of her body, so there should be no complications during the treatment process. The second stage was acupuncture, which stimulated the acupuncture points of her mind and fully opened her spirit. This suppressed her illness in her body. As for the third stage, everything depends on his persistence. She must integrate the independent yin forces with the root of her body. The master helped her go through the first two stages, but she must go through the last ones using her perseverance on her own. Then he asked if she agreed. The girl answered with confidence that she was ready for anything and completely trusted Chen. The young man replied that this was great, which means we can start. Meanwhile, in the Yuyuar Heavenly Palace, everyone gathered in the throne room to greet the ancestor. He was a stocky man, whose Taoist name is Shen Xiaozi. Shen asked menacingly how much information they managed to find about Xinyunzi. The servants reported that they had received news that the ancestor had left the holy land of Qingyun and, together with the Saint Tantei, was heading to their region. In theory, he should have appeared here yesterday, but for an unknown reason, they could not find where his traces ended. Xiaoji, it must be known how great his magical power is, and his cultivation is incredible. They wanted to investigate, but they fear it is beyond their capabilities. The ancestor had left the Holy Land before if he was interested in something. It is necessary to find out his route and what he did on his way. The old man very rarely stays in one place. The man wondered if he really decided to miss their meeting. Shen Xiaozi and Tin Yunzi have been rivals since their youth. They constantly fought tooth and nail, but still experienced some sympathy for each other. When Shen learned that his opponent was facing death due to an ancient injury, he even felt a little regret. Since that era, there have been fewer and fewer people, and now there are practically none left. If the old man really dies, then Xiaozi will remain the last of his generation. This battle should be their last opportunity to compete. Therefore, so that the battle doesn't happen, it must take place on time, because Shen understands perfectly well that this is their last clash. The young man exclaimed that the master could not have died after all. They knew that he did not have long to live. Perhaps he simply could not withstand the journey to the Holy Land of Yuyuan. The man replied that this was quite possible. Xin suffered a serious injury, but still continued to hold on all this time thanks to the heritage of the Holy Land of Xinyan. With his cultivation level, no matter how severe the injury was, he could not die so easily. Shen has a guess that this may have something to do with the girl with the holy body of heavenly sound, whose name is Yunlan. Such a physique is developed not by cultivation, but by self-knowledge. Perhaps his journey had slowed down due to her cultivation. Those present were surprised that why, in this case, the ancestor did not warn them about this. The man replied that there was no point in wasting time on guessing. Let this news be conveyed to the holy land of Xinyan. After all, Xin and Tantai disappeared at the same time, and everyone there is probably very worried. Let them deal with this issue, and the battle is postponed for a while. Xiaozi then remembered Yu's and asked how her cultivation was going. He was informed that she had achieved significant success in cultivation, and that in the near future she would make another breakthrough. There was also great news that her little sister Yun, who had not been seen or heard from for a while, was able to awaken the physique of the immortal phoenix. Shen was very surprised and did not understand how she could do this, because even he personally could not do anything about it. But no one knew the answer to this question, since the eldest did not talk about it and no one asked her anything about it. The ancestor replied that all this is not important. The most important thing is that she follows the righteous path. This could all mean that another genius will appear on their land. This is the case since her physique is on par with her older sister, and the appearance of two for the holy land of Yuyuan is very rare. Under the guidance of the ancestor, when both sisters grew up, their clan could truly rise to the top of the human race. A girl named Yuz recently had to face some troubles. Her cultivation in retreat went like clockwork, so her level of cultivation increased rapidly. Huan didn't expect that her soul and body would continue to merge and eventually become one. The rate of progress far exceeded all her expectations. Improving one's cultivation in a short retreat was much more conducive to cultivation than a decade of painstaking cultivation. If this information about such a rapid development becomes known to someone, it will definitely shock a large number of people. All this happened thanks to the nondescript picture that was in the hands of Yuz. With help, it is not a problem for Huan to make a breakthrough and reach a new level. As soon as she appeared in the Yuyuan Holy Land, her development did not progress so smoothly. It seemed that one single painting had surpassed all the help from countless sacred land experts. Moreover, she previously believed that she would become a toy in the hands of that person, along with her sister, and this made her even more afraid. The young man who gave her the painting is simply terrible. His power is beyond her understanding. She won't be able to handle him alone. It seems that we will still have to report him to the Holy Lord and the elders so that they can help fight him. Also, it will be necessary to use the power of the sacred ground. Yuz arrived at the heavenly palace and greeted everyone present. Shen was surprised that she was there because she was in seclusion and he did not understand why she decided to come out. Then he told Yuz to come closer. The girl was a little confused because she thought that only the Lord and the elders would be here because the ancestor was constantly in solitude most of the time. But it's even better. If he finds out about everything, his powerful power will help her deal with that person without any doubt. The bishop asked why she decided to come to them, because wasn't she in solitude for self-knowledge? Huan replied that she had successfully completed all her business and came here to see them. All this happened thanks to this picture, and she asks the elders to look at it. Examining it from afar, the men stated that this material was made from ordinary rice paper, and as a rule, only mortals use it. What could be so unusual and special about it? Shen decided to take a closer look at her, so he took her from Yuz's hands with the help of his magical powers. The man did not notice anything unusual and did not even feel any fluctuations in spiritual energy. But the child looked so serious that he decided to unfold this canvas and see what was so special about it. As soon as he opened it, everything around him began to be enveloped in icy magical energy. Those present did not understand what was happening and felt only a wild cold that literally froze them. The ancestor was shocked that this could happen because of some unremarkable picture. Having come to his senses a little, he asked the girl where she got this work of art. Yuz began to explain that they all know very well that recently her development has been moving very rapidly and all thanks to this picture. It contains a high artistic concept of ice and snow. Her physique is that of an ice phoenix prisoner, which goes well with her. She achieved cultivation success with only half her efforts. When it came time to explain where she got this picture, the girl again plunged into her imagination. In it, the young man said that if she wanted to get the painting, she would have to use it instead of paper, since he had run out of it. She said out loud that the student received it from a mysterious person. This work was created by him. Yuz has only met him a few times, but one thing is for sure, this guy is hatching some kind of sinister plan in his head, which is capable of turning the entire world of cultivation upside down. He wants everything to be under his complete control. The ancestor thought about her words and asked if she even understood what she was talking about. According to her, there was a reason why the Dayan Empire was able to deal with the golden-winged bird peng clan so easily. Then a picture appeared that helped her with a breakthrough in self-improvement and reach a new level. It also turns out that there is a reason why Yun, suddenly, managed to awaken the physique of the immortal phoenix. And all this is the work of some powerful master who may have developed a special technique for seduction, which easily allows him to control the two best students of their Yuyuwa sacred land, to the point that this monster managed to reach the Dayan Empire and the Heavenly Palace with his own hands. When the girl cautiously replied that he was reasoning, it was true. The man flew into a complete rage. Now he needs at all costs to meet with that secret artist. Shen wants to find out his goals. If he really is a threat to the entire cultivation world, then he will try to stop him, even if he has to sacrifice his life for it. Huan exclaimed that he is very powerful and is most likely fully prepared for various turns of events. Some elders began to shout that they would go with him, but one of them decided to ask what would happen if something went wrong, what they should do in such a situation. The ancestor replied that if he could not be his opponent, then what was the point of the others going? Let them not worry, he has no bad feelings. He will take Shenchi and Yuz with him, and will also take the immortal mirror Yuyuwa. With his protection, they will be able to avoid any dangerous situations. Meanwhile, in the Dayan Empire, Saiwan told his father that he would like to thank his elder one more time before leaving. But is it normal to go to him empty-handed? It might be better to take something with you. The emperor replied that he was thinking too much. The elder is not an ordinary person, but an expert, in the truest sense of the word, and such people do not care about ordinary things. Even if they prepare a lot of gifts, they will look low in his eyes. After all, with just one painting, he helped them defeat the Penbird tribe. Such a person does not care about anything other than his own development. Let the son remember that the stronger a person is, the more seriously he takes fate and creation. When he first met the elder, it was fate, and when he received instruction from him, it was creation. If there had been no creation, the boy would not even have felt the elder if he stood next to him. Therefore, when they see him again, they will have to behave as naturally as possible. The young man stated that his father has extensive knowledge And it is true that the master's work cannot be discussed from the point of view of common sense. Sometime later, they finally reached the habitat of our hero. The man exclaimed that this house looks so simple and uncomplicated, but at the same time radiates the infinite simplicity of antiquity. Even one glance from the outside gives a feeling of lightness. It's as if there's an innate flow of calm flowing through him. All this was expected from the secret abode of the elder. Things can't be that simple here. Saiwan exclaimed that there seemed to be several people in the master's yard. The emperor did not expect that he might have any friends. Then I saw 2 girls and an old man. As for this old man, there is a powerful force hidden in his body. If it breaks out, then even His Majesty will be in trouble. He has a high level of cultivation, but his vitality has dried up and his life is coming to an end. It is unlikely that he is a friend of the elder. The young man was surprised by this conclusion because his father said that he had a high level of development. The man replied that he had seen many practitioners. He surpasses him in strength, but still cannot be considered a friend of the elder. The old man may be powerful, but not that powerful. The master's friends should be a match for him, and the elder is almost at the same level as the emperor, so the man can confidently say that he is not the elder's friend. But the barefoot girl who is next to the young man deserves due attention. At the moment, this Mrs. Cultivation level is very low, but the energy hidden inside her body is incredibly high. Besides, the master had just stuck a silver needle into her forehead. It's like he's treating her. The incredible strength in her body slowly transformed into something that could be used later. A very promising future awaits this girl, as great opportunities will open up before her. But the most incredible thing about all this is that the elder used the most standard method. But this was done precisely in order to take complete control of the girl's powers. This is a divine skill. Tianyin meridians are formed naturally and cannot be cured as they become one with the body. This also means that development ceases to be possible. Therefore, in the world of cultivators, such damage to the body is called an incurable disease. Simply put, our hero wants to use this power to help Lin be revived, namely to remake her body, creating a physique that is suitable for cultivation. Suddenly, the old man noticed the people who were spying on them and recognized the Dayan Emperor, Qi Yundao. Yunlin asked who this person was. The old man replied that he was one of the most influential figures of the human race. The emperor is on par with the holy lords of the sacred lands. Their conversation was interrupted by a young man and asked if the medicinal bath, which he asked to be prepared, was ready. The girl replied that everything was ready and pointed to the vat, after which she was surprised at the aroma that came from there. Everyone was delighted by this smell, and Sin asked what she added there that was so fragrant. Yunlan responded, "That only plants from the master's backyard." It contained chiku, a dried white bean that belongs to the ginger family. It is an energizer to stimulate qi and aid digestion. Also, cardamom, which is a medicine. Nutmeg is warming and also has a mildly pungent taste that helps the spleen and stomach function. Rose banks is a woody plant of the Asteraceae family that is also a Chinese medicine. Angelica is a perennial upland herbaceous plant, and Camperia is a herbaceous plant of the ginger family. And also cinnamon, yellowwood, star anise, cumin, dried ginger, and galangal root. The main effect of the mixture of 13 spices is antipyretic and detoxifying. Yunlan realized that the herbs in the master's backyard seemed like ordinary plants, but in fact, they were artifacts that they had never seen before. Chen said that he blocked Lin's 5 senses with a silver needle so she can't perceive the outside world now. Let them put her in a vat and help her take a medicinal bath. Before he could finish speaking, our hero turned his attention to his old acquaintances and was surprised at how these pseudo-rich people were able to find him. Tante reported that Lin was wearing clothes and asked if this would affect the treatment bath. Qian replied that the effect would indeed be worse, but let her do as she sees fit, because the bath will have to be taken for a long time, and for this period, Lin is completely at her disposal. Walking towards the house, he said that after he finished with the girl, he should receive guests. The girl immediately approached them and said that the mentor was waiting for them. The emperor asked in surprise whether Chen was her teacher. Yunlan replied that for her, this was an accident and great luck. His Majesty did not argue and said that this was indeed a good opportunity. The man thought to himself that he did not expect that the sacred land of Qingyun would begin to act so quickly, so they urgently needed to do something. Then he turned to his son and said that when he sees the elder, he should try to keep a calm expression on his face. The fifth principal asked in surprise why. The father replied that he had previously given the eldest the seal of Emperor Dian, and he accepted it. But now it seems to him that it has become not entirely safe. Ancestor Qin Yunqi bowed to Chen as a mentor. Now let him think. If the Yuhua sacred land faces danger in the future, the elder will intervene or remain aloof. They also need to have such a trump card with them, and Qian is the best choice. Siwan must win over the master and not leave him. The fifth principal, surprised, asked what it means not to leave him. Does the emperor really not want him to return to Dian? The man replied that the greatest success he could achieve at this stage was the position of emperor. But what if there is a person like the elder next to him? His cultivation achievements will be able to far surpass His Majesty. A little later, Chen asked the uninvited guests how they found this place. The emperor replied that he had proven himself well in the city of Yuhua, so it was enough just to ask around the locals in order to find out everything. The young man was silently surprised that they managed to do it so easily, after which he asked for what reason they came here. The man replied that his painting had been of great help to him and his son, so they decided to come to thank him and also ask some questions about the drawing. After all, the prince is very interested in painting. It would be good if he had the opportunity to bow to Chen as a teacher, and he, for his part, would never refuse him help if he needed it. The boy played along and said that his work made a great impression on him. Therefore, he wants to seriously study this art. If he agrees to teach him, it will be a great success for him for the rest of his life. The young man thought for a moment and exclaimed that he was not going to accept any more students. After taking Tante, he began to constantly feel anxious because learning needs to be taken seriously, even if the ward is endowed with great potential and talent. Another student could cause him more problems. The guests did not expect such a turn of events and asked in surprise why the elder refused them. The young man replied that he was used to being lazy and did not like to be limited in anything, so he was not interested in taking the prince as his student. Then he added that, because of his sincerity, he was willing to give him one chance. I thought to myself that these two were noble and were used to being served by everyone. If he asks him to do any housework, then the prince must refuse 100%. He said out loud that, in other words, he would give him one task. If he copes with it, then the guy will agree to be his mentor. Siwan exclaimed that he was even ready to bathe in boiling water so that the elder would accept him as his disciple. Our hero replied that this test was actually quite simple. You just need to do laundry, cook, clean the toilet, and all that kind of stuff. To Chen's surprise, the prince replied that he agreed. If there is an opportunity to stay close to the master, then the younger one is ready to do anything. Our hero thought to himself that he seemed to have underestimated these two people and that they would be ready to do even this. If a child from such a rich family is ready to accept all its harsh conditions, then the right decision would be to accept him as a student. He said out loud that while staying next to him, the young man would have to carry out various assignments, but he had no intention of using him for his own interests. Perhaps in the future, he will be able to become his student. The guests were very happy, but Chen added that he would not be able to paint new paintings because he had run out of ink. After which, he handed them a wooden sword and said that although the handle was made of ordinary wood, he had to work hard to make it. Among all his works, this is the most excellent. He gives it to them, and they can consider it their intention. The emperor thought to himself that this is an incomparable sword in the truest sense of the word, which has terrifying magical powers. Even before they even picked it up, they could already feel the ball's intentions. They said out loud that they did not dare refuse him. If he needs something, then just let him say it, and they will immediately help him. The young man replied that this is a simple wooden sword that has no value. They seem like tough guys, so they can take it and try to wave it. Our hero did not understand why he needed to make such a serious expression on his face because of some piece of wood. Are all people in this world really so modest? After traveling through time, everyone who met on his way were extremely kind and polite people. This applies to both men and women, and everyone even calls him elder. After which, I began to think that in this fantasy world, it's not the laws of the jungle that rule, but love and harmony. She said out loud that, by the way, she still doesn't know who they are. The emperor replied that this boy's name was Chi Siwan. Chen said that he would then call him Junior Siwan. Why did he add that if they have no more questions, then they can take this wooden sword and go about their business? But he needs to go, since he needs to deal with some problems. The guests looked at this sword and thought that the owner was very generous because it was simply an incredible artifact. But when the emperor touched him, some mechanism worked and the jaws closed on his hand. The man tried to shake it off, but he couldn't. The prince exclaimed that this must be such a test. If he doesn't come up with something now, he will never be able to use this artifact again. His Majesty did not know what to come up with, so he decided that the only thing left to do was to use force. But after the attempt, a powerful explosion occurred, and the man was indignant that this prince was going to become his student. "Then why do you need to test your father?" The young man replied that he did not know, but he would begin to work seriously. He is confident that he must fulfill all the owner's instructions, and, having passed this test, he will be able to free Dad with his own hands. Being a prince from a noble family, he accepted this with dignity and took the broom in his hands in order to do the work of an ordinary servant. His son had to pay too much for his sake. After thinking for a while, he realized that the punishment of the divine sword fell on him for a reason. The man owes too much to his son. He saw everything that happened to him in the past, but never tried to console him. But the boy still overcame so many difficulties and even introduced him to such an incredible master. After which, he burst into tears and began to ask for forgiveness from his son. Saiwan told him not to worry so much because he needed to get recognition. Yunlin, who was watching this picture with the old man, thought that she didn't know what exactly happened there, but they seemed to be pretty nice people. After admitting his mistakes, the sword released the emperor's hand and he was free. After this test, the man rethought everything. He must not only be a competent emperor, but also a good father. Our hero thought that he spent half a day treating Lin, and now his shoulder hurt terribly, hearing some noise in the yard. The guy looked out the window and saw the inhabitants of his house jumping joyfully. The young man noted that there were more and more loafers, and with them, animated screams. The fox noted that the number of parasites had increased again. Ever since people started coming to take her food, she began to worry about a way to increase her magical power. Then the young man said that it was almost lunchtime, which means it was time to start cooking. The fox exclaimed that everything was right. The only problem is that he doesn't have enough ingredients for such a crowd. Tushan said she could help drive them away. Chen came up with an idea, so he called out to everyone and said that he wanted to start cooking. But he did not have the necessary ingredients, so he suggested that everyone go to the mountains together in search of what they needed. The imperial family decided that the second test had come to them so quickly. Qian exclaimed that since there were no objections, it was time to hit the road. I thought to myself that they couldn't refuse him this, since they came here for nothing and asked him to cook for them. The guys really wouldn't dare refuse him, but each of them thought about his own. They were confused by one mentioned unseen ingredient, Makutaik mushroom. This mushroom is from the genus Ryadovka, which is also called a closed mushroom or a tower mushroom. It has a particularly strong aroma, which is known to the world as a rare and valuable natural medicinal mushroom. Thanks to its healing effect, it can even withstand spirit beasts that are over 10,000 years old, and also to the attacks of powerful human cultivators who had repeatedly tried to get it. Rooted in the magma, they began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, making them impossible to pull out. Thanks to the inexhaustible flow of Tao contained in them, they became inaccessible. Makutaik noticed our heroes and noted that one human practitioner had quite a good aura. Two of them were at the peak of their strength, and they were clearly different from the rest. The emperor thought to himself that his son had belatedly become a student, and this time he must prove himself well and not lose. Looking at the prince and Yunlin, the mushroom noted that they were quite ordinary, but they were also practitioners. The girl thought to herself that, being from a noble family, the prince does not dislike menial work in the mountains, and he is simple. Looking at the young man, who shouted that they needed to separate now and then meet in 4 hours, the mushroom did not feel a drop of magical power from him. Perhaps he is their servant, and apart from him, everyone else may well challenge him. Then he saw how the beautiful girl, like a blossoming flower, began to reach out to him. Mikutake thought he was lucky. Yunlon began to try to pull this mushroom out of the ground, but nothing worked. Mushroom noted that this girl is still too young and does not know that it is simply impossible to get him out. But suddenly, a young man appeared and pulled him out of the ground the first time. Throwing it into the basket with the others, the young man said that, after all, this is the simplest mushroom, and next time you shouldn't bother with it for so long. Having finished collecting the ingredients, our heroes returned home, and each in his place began to do his job. Yunlin asked the imperial family what their plans were after dinner. The young man replied that the eldest asked him to stay in the wings, and while he was here, his father would not go anywhere either. The girl noted that Saiwan looked so serious, but what was surprising was that he did not even perceive himself as a prince. She said out loud that staying for dinner was considered real happiness, and they would be clearly shocked if they attended it. Then she added that she needed to bandage Lin, and after that, they would take a break. The emperor noticed that Chin Yunchi stopped jumping and singing songs and decided to play Go. The man noted that the game had already been set up, but what in this game made the old man think so much? Suddenly, an unprecedented force began to suck him inside, and he could not do anything about it. His Majesty did not understand where he was. Did he really end up on a Go board, or did his surroundings turn into a Go board? It was as if she covered the whole world. Then I wondered whether all living beings in this world at the moment are like black and white pieces that can be played at will. And he, Emperor Dayan, is also just a small figure in this party. After which he decided to discard all these unnecessary thoughts as soon as possible. Sin explained that this game was somehow played by a master. If you dive deep, it's difficult to get out later. He was very lucky to stop in time, otherwise his consciousness would have been shattered. The game played by the eldest includes the constellations and everything that exists. At first he was also extremely surprised by this. This kind of situation can actually change the whole world. The secret contained in it is extremely mysterious. The ancestor not only cannot comprehend it, but is not even able to dive into it. If not for the elder's reproach, he could have lost himself. As for that wooden sword, everything made by the elder contains countless mysteries. A work of art like this is the highest treasure in the cultivation world. The emperor, actually holding it in her hands, felt much more confident. After which, he decided to tell him in confidence that the eldest also gave his son a chance to become a student. If he passes all the tests, the prince will study with St. Sinyon. Not only was he given the chance to become a follower, but he was also gifted with this divine sword. And if it were anyone else, he would hardly deserve such treatment. The old man replied that perhaps he was not as good as the emperor, but the master gave him the opportunity to live a second life. After which he showed the notebook that the elder gave him, so that he can improve his health. The man immediately felt the powerful life force that was contained in this book. It's as if she's constantly ready to pour out. These recordings can definitely help a person live a second life. Sin said that even with his abilities, it is very difficult to train. Then he asked if he had seen anything. The man replied that of course this ancient book was simply a masterpiece and his sword was not even close to it, but only Sin was extremely careless. He managed to remember the contents of the first page and will now start learning from it. Their names are resounding throughout the cultivation world, and they are figures that can shake the entire world. But comparing their own treasures, the two adults looked like children. It can be concluded that Tin Yonchi was defeated due to excessive boasting. After that, everyone continued to do their own thing. Chen took the needles while he had some free time from cooking. Each of these needles was somewhat similar in color to the macutake collected earlier, and they looked extremely fantastic. Qian was taciturn. Taking out silver needles, he pierced about 49 Lin acupuncture points. Realizing that the medicine was almost working, he asked Yunlin to bandage her while he was gone. Sin noted that not only were all the consequences caused by the meridians eliminated, but the master also used a special power that helped the girl change her physique. This was a real rebirth of the body and seemed simply incredible. The emperor was surprised that he really wanted to say that this girl suffered from the severed Tianan meridians, and the elder reconstructed her body. Suddenly, Yunlin appeared, who said menacingly that they weren't looking at the meridians there right now. A little later, His Majesty asked if they really wouldn't help the eldest, but would continue to just walk everywhere. Sin replied that there was little they could do. A man will understand everything on his own when dinner is over. In this world, after cultivators reach a certain level of cultivation, they can completely stop eating grains and do not feel hungry. Our heroes, having heard such a rich and seductive aroma emanating from the kitchen, cannot help but taste such a meal. The imperial family decided to spy on Chen and see what he was cooking there. You need to prepare a mixture of flour, honey, baking soda, as well as warm water, boiled sesame seeds, and sugar. All raw materials, with the exception of sesame, must be added in portions to warm water and kneaded into a dough. Then, divide it into pieces and brush with honey water, then sprinkle with sesame seeds. Later, all this needs to be laid out in a baking dish and put into the oven for a while. Taigu pie is a traditional Chinese dish. It has the characteristics of sweet but not greasy, crispy but not crumbly, and has the title of King of Baked Goods. After some time, the luxurious table was ready. The young man also prepared makutak mushroom soup, which they obtained near the mountains. The guests immediately rushed to the food and started trying everything. The dishes Chen prepared were incredible. They felt a surge of power. To achieve such a result, they would have to go through years of practice. The young man held out a yunlan cake and invited her to try it. He ate this when he was little. He noted to himself that his culinary abilities are at the highest level in this world. Even if he cooked fried pork intestines, everyone would still eat it with pleasure. And after dinner, the emperor approached the old man and he exclaimed that he thought that he had already left. The man replied that the elder did not send him away, so he decided to stay here one more night. The master leads a hidden life, looks ordinary and lives in the same ordinary house. But in reality, everything turns out to be the opposite. He wants to stay and understand this secret. Well, I thought to myself that I just didn't want to leave at all. Sin replied that since Brother Lan left, he had no one to talk to there. And with him, they can at least discuss the secret behind this game of Go. His Majesty asked which brother he was talking about and what happened to the girl who was now being treated. Sin replied that she was a descendant of an ancient clan and that Fox in the house was the daughter of the Fox Emperor. Just a couple of days ago, the head of the Tushan tribe suspected that his daughter was being kept here by force, so he decided to save her, but lost his cultivation. The emperor noted that the eldest may live in solitude, but everyone who comes to him is an incredible person. The old man replied that this was his whole trick. People of all stripes gather here. Whether they are capable or terminally ill, it is possible to grow up on their own or go against their fate. His Majesty exclaimed that he was incredibly lucky to meet such a person. Sin suggested having a few drinks to celebrate the occasion. The man admitted to him that he was a little jealous because his relative was the first to be accepted as a student, but now he saw that the old man was an extremely pleasant person. The next morning, His Majesty announced that it was time for him to return back to the palace. The elder asked if he was going to say goodbye to the elder, but the emperor replied that this did not mean that they would never see each other again, so let him say goodbye to him for him. Then he turned to his son and said that being with Chen is a great blessing in his life, so let him grab this opportunity and go through all the obstacles. Together with the elder, he will be able to reach great heights in cultivation and achieve many achievements that he could not achieve on his own. Then he said goodbye to everyone again and set off on a long journey. But literally a second later, he came back and said that someone was coming here, and with an extremely powerful aura. Moreover, this person is not alone. It was interesting whether they also came simply to pay a visit to the master or whether they had some other purpose. The elder said thoughtfully that one of this group is Shen Xiaozi. The man said that some time ago he heard that Sin had an appointment with someone. It was supposed to take place, but it never happened. Are they really after him now? Meanwhile, the ancestor noted that he could move faster through the air, but this person might take it as a challenge. After which he stated that they had reached the right place. Turning his attention to Qin Yunzi, he was very surprised that the old man was there. He immediately turned to Yuz and asked that when she was here last time if his old acquaintance was there. The student replied that she had not seen him. The elder asked why suddenly the most outstanding people of 3 generations of the sacred land of Yuihua appeared here together. Shen replied that the three of them came here to visit the expert and did not think that they would also be here. Sin replied that the eldest was resting now, so they were out of time and should just go away. The ancestor replied that they just wanted to pay a visit, without any evil intentions. If he is resting now, then they can wait as long as necessary. Yunqi asked why then he released his aura for a few li, or he thought that due to Tin's old age, he would not notice it. The emperor said that they could wait, but definitely not today. The elder does not want to see them. Shen exclaimed that the battle scheduled between them should have taken place a couple of days ago, but for some reason he ended up here and did not show up. Did he really find a reason to hide so as not to come to the meeting? Sin replied that it was youthful enthusiasm. In the past, he was better than him, and they always spoke only in the language of strength. The old man still recognizes him as a worthy opponent, but at the moment, these things are not connected. For his own good, Yunqi invites him to go back. Xiaozi should be aware that the last person who came here without permission lost almost all of his cultivation. Shen replied that he really decided to intimidate him. He would never fall for such a trick. The old man stated that another person had appeared who did not value his life. The emperor told him to deal with Xiaozi and he would take care of the rest. When Sin transformed, Shen noted that he had mastered the rejuvenation technique. But let him not think that if he became a youth again, he will be able to win. He didn't even have time to finish speaking when the first magical attack immediately flew at him. The man was not going to give up so easily, so he decided to make his old acquaintance feel his anger, after which their abilities collided in a fierce confrontation. Neither of them was inferior to the other in strength. Suddenly, Shen used the fire chain technique and Yunqi was abruptly thrown to the side. The emperor noted that he didn't fully understand the true meaning of the elder's book and uses it forcibly, preventing him from showing his power. Sin asked if he was finished. The man replied that yes, and for the sake of fairness, he decided not to interfere with the girl. Xiaozi shouted to Lord Shenzi that he lost too quickly, after which I wondered how this happened because they should be equal in strength. The prince exclaimed that it seems that the aura, on the one hand, has subsided, which means the outcome is already a foregone conclusion. How Yunlan thinks whether their side won. The girl replied that, of course, under the guidance of the master, everyone had achieved significant success. Yuz didn't think the emperor was that strong, so she started thinking about going to help. A few moments ago, the emperor had a flash of thought that originally he possessed powers that were equal to Saint Sovereign Yuyuwa. But now he won, thanks to the sword that the eldest gave yesterday. It fuels his sword intentions and deepens his understanding of swordsmanship. Shen was surprised that he managed to win so quickly and shouted to Sin that he was not his opponent. If the old man starts losing, then he should just call that person. Yuz decided not to get involved in this and it's better to just watch from the sidelines. The ancestor exclaimed that he also wanted to test how great the emperor's cultivation was. After which he attacked him with a considerable number of fire snakes and decided to watch how he would get out of it. The man managed to deftly repel these attacks, but he thought that it would be more difficult since the ancestor was at a higher level compared to Shenzi. But there was something in his mind that he still couldn't allow his ancestor to disturb his elder. Then he noticed how the sword grabbed his hand again. Then he suddenly burst into flames and began to envelop everything around him, including the emperor, in fire. He was furious because he was disturbed every time he started to fall asleep, and this was the second time since he was cut out. The sword hissed that it had helped him last time, but he had not learned a lesson from that experience. Weapons hate being disturbed and leaving human fingerprints on them. Last time, he decided to close his eyes to everything and have mercy. But does the emperor realize that with his impatience, he woke him up again? But Shen pissed him off a lot more because he almost set him on fire, and he feels that the man harbors a grudge against his creator. Therefore, for a while, he will be on His Majesty's side. A man cannot defeat him on his own, so he needs to borrow some of his strength, but under certain conditions. The emperor felt his body filled with strength, and it was a real miracle. Then he exclaimed that the wooden sword was given to him by the elder Chen. This artifact contains the intention of an invincible ball and the modesty of an invulnerable person, after which he attacked the ancestor, who could only scream in horror. Sometime later, Sin said that the emperor was holding in his hands a sword that had been presented by the very person with whom the ancestor was in such a hurry to fight. Therefore, it is quite normal that he could not win. Emperor Dian had to bow his head to receive this divine weapon, and now he volunteers to serve as the gate's bodyguard. Shen asked why he himself was here. Sin replied that the master taught him how to live a second life. The ancestor replied that there was no need to make such loud statements. No one had succeeded in doing this on the sacred lands, let alone themselves. The elder replied that no matter how he thought, it was all true. Sin actually received a way to live a second life from the elder, and they all stay here voluntarily. Xiaoqi thought that he didn't even have time to use the artifact he took with him. That man was apparently stronger than he thought. Therefore, you should not act rashly and show your trump card right away. You should go back and first weigh everything properly since too many unexpected factors have appeared. Yunlan approached her mentor and asked if everything was over already. Sin replied that yes, and he was a little tired after the battle, so he would go to rest. Emperor Dian suddenly became so cruel and turned the whole situation around in one fell swoop. Although it seemed that the elder was not using all her strength, the aura of the sword still impressed him. The elder did not answer anything, but simply ran away shouting that he was going to immerse himself in research on how to live a second life. The prince exclaimed that his father left a mess around him and he had been cleaning for half a day. Meanwhile, the sword spirit noted that it was the first time he had gone outside since his creation. Then he decided that it was not very convenient for him to move in this form, so he decided to show his true face, and it turned out to be a little boy. The kid exclaimed that he was so excited. There are so many landscapes around that he has never seen before. Then he asked where he was taking him, calling him bald-headed uncle. After he exclaimed that he wanted to go on an adventure, the emperor noted that he felt as if he was holding a grandson in his arms. I wonder how powerful the artifact created by the master is. On the way home, Yuz asked her ancestor why they left so suddenly. Shen explained that if they continued to fight, they would certainly lose. Plus, he didn't have the opportunity to use his trump card. Even if he took out the Yuya immortal mirror, they might be able to suppress the Sin and the Dian Emperor. But then they would still have to face a much more terrifying enemy. This man is capable of forcing Yunchi and His Majesty to bend the knee to him, after which he generally made them bodyguards. Can they even imagine how powerful this man is? Yuz didn't expect that even the elders couldn't deal with Chen. The ancient ancestor and the holy sovereign could not cope with him even when they united. The last time she came to this house, the situation was not that bad. She can't even imagine what could happen next. If things continue like this, then it may be too late to try to unite the entire world of cultivators in order to resist him. But, on the other hand, they cannot leave everything as it is. Shenqi said that the monster in that wooden house is so terrible that perhaps even if their entire Holy Land united, it would still not be able to fight back. That young man is hatching a plan to enslave the world. Otherwise, he would not have taken control of the Dian Empire and the Yuyuwa Sacred Land. He seems to be succeeding in this matter. When he fought against the Yellow Emperor, the sword continuously supplied him with energy. That master must have helped him from the outside. He silently controlled the situation on the battlefield, remaining in the shadows. If he decides to take any action in the future, not only will the Yuyuwa Sacred Land be destroyed, but the entire cultivation world will be destroyed. After which he said that he should join forces with other races, because in order to deal with him, it is necessary to act together. Shen replied that he could guess what was on his mind, but with his level of cultivation, few people could make him afraid. If they unite with other races to show strength, he will do the same. All this can lead to war between powerful clans. If this happens, their sect will not be without losses. Yuz noted that everything is only getting worse. The younger sister is already deeply involved in this. She views Chen as an outstanding expert and considers their opponent to be her benefactor. For now, she is gaining experience on holy ground and is not going anywhere. But when she finishes, won't she go to meet him again? Suddenly, Yun will continue to develop feelings for him. This issue needs to be resolved before she leaves. Not only for the sake of her sister, but also for the sake of the entire cultivation world, some action must be taken urgently. Therefore, she said that she agreed with the bishop. Now Sin and Emperor Dian have become Qian's pawns. If they continue to doubt, who knows what other forces he will be able to take control of. By that time, their capabilities may become less and less, and his power will only grow. They have a responsibility to do something while they have the chance. The man replied that they were right. Then he added that he needed to find a way to contact the heads of other sacred lands and the emperors of other dynasties. May they all arrive to their heavenly palace. He thought it over carefully again. Now they still have options, but if they continue to play for time, then the chances of winning will be less and less. Therefore, it is better to start preparing in advance. Their actions must remain secret, so they cannot tell anyone about it. Otherwise, they will be declassified very quickly. Meanwhile, Chen told Yunlin that she was making progress. The most important thing in this is to express what is in her heart. He knows how accomplished she is in music theory, but the most important thing is to follow her own path. It is quite simple to learn from the instructions of her predecessors, but one day this could become an obstacle in her path. If she does not pay due attention to this, then sooner or later her position will suffer and her life achievements will stop. The girl replied that she understood everything and thanked him for his advice. He then turned his attention to Sin, who began to look younger. The elder declared that he had achieved enlightenment thanks to the notebook that the master gave him. His qi and blood began to recover. Our hero told him to continue in the same spirit and try harder to ensure that future changes are more global. The prince said that he had finished sweeping the entire territory and asked if there were any other tasks for him. The young man noted that everything around him simply sparkled. This rich boy was good at everything and therefore a master, finally freed from hard housework. He himself cannot engage in development, so he must help others. For most of his past life, he worked hard and achieved nothing. If he was given a chance to start over, then there is no need to deny himself anything. Meanwhile, the last day of Lin's treatment has arrived. Yunlan placed her in a cauldron to complete all procedures. My friend was worried whether it would work. The old man replied that he didn't know. Even he sees the creation of such a physique for the first time. But the master's treatment methods are unique, so there should be no problems. Suddenly, a vision appeared in the sky. People all over the world counted it as an omen of good luck. The cauldron suddenly opened and a reborn Lin began to emerge from it. This meant that everything went well. A little later, our hero called Siwan. The young man responded by saying that he had finished cleaning on the other side of the yard and asked if perhaps the mentor had another assignment for him. The young man has been here for several days, and during this time he managed to explore the entire surrounding territory. In addition to the main house, side rooms, kitchen and backyard, there are 3 other doors that lead to different areas. In one place, Yunlun built a house with her ancestor, and in another, there was a road that led to the mountains. The last door was to the plantation and garden where the owner grew vegetables and fruits. He had not yet been to this garden, as he planned to get used to it gradually. Who knew that he would collide with the master like this? The young man said that he planned to cook dinner. In this area, there are crops and animals that need to be looked after. And he will be busy now, so he asked the prince to look after everything. The guy happily agreed and asked where he should start. The master said that the guy could start with the rabbits that he brought from his last trip to the mountains. Chen thought he could eat their meat, but they turned out to be very cute and helpless, so he just brought them here and is now nursing them. Qian uses vegetables and fruits from his garden to fatten them up. Let the prince do the same. Then let him water all the plants and prune some so that they grow better. After which he wished him luck and said that he went to the kitchen. Suddenly, the rabbits turned into muscular monsters. They said that this food significantly increased their strength. Finally, they were lucky in all their 700 years of life. Then they turned to the young man and asked why he was looking at them like that. If the guy didn't immediately send them for food, they would tear out his eyes. The young man did not understand where the master saw the helplessness and cute appearance here. When the young man wanted to pick a watermelon, he also turned into a monster who grabbed him and told him not to dare touch it. The prince tried to persuade him to listen to him, but the vegetable said that his grandmother would listen in the next world. A short time later, the young man asked Yunlin what kind of liquid she used to repel that evil plant. The girl replied that it was bath water with various herbs that was used for Lin. Our heroes watched with delight the updated Lin. They were delighted by this graceful pose and the attention-grabbing radiance. Having finally come to her senses and completed her recovery, the girl declared that she had succeeded. Yunlan immediately rushed to hug her and ask how she was feeling. Lin replied that it was great. Thanks to the master, all the pain that the torn meridians caused her disappeared. Now, she only feels warmth. Then, she suddenly fell to her knees and began to express words of gratitude to the elder for his kindness. After all, she had already come to terms with the fact that this was her fate, and she would never be able to improve, which is why she fell into depression. And then she met him, who gave her a second chance. The girl is so grateful to him that she can't even find the right words. The young man replied that this was not necessary because her meeting with him and the fact that he saved her was fate. Now that she has been given a second chance, she should take advantage of this opportunity and should never regret what happened. The girl replied that she understood everything. The guy said that since everything was fine, he would go set up a kiosk and leave the house to them. An old man watching his friends noted that the girl had become more energetic. Lin asked Elder Sin and Yunlan if her uncle had returned back here. After all, she was unconscious and unaware for a long time. Meanwhile, some man in the forest tried the blood to the touch and concluded that he was still alive, and it seemed that he managed to escape safely. After which he mentally addressed Lan and told him to bring him to Miss. The uncle was very seriously injured and almost exhausted, but he needed to rush back to Lin in order to inform her that she did not need to return to the clan, since that place was no longer her home. A little later in the Seoi clan, the head was informed that he had been released and most likely he would have to return back to Lin. The only thing is that the wound he received is very serious, so he is not sure that the man will have time to get to her. The sect leader replied that he could. With his stubborn character, he will come to her even if he dies. The subordinate asked why he was allowed to leave. After all, even without him, finding Miss is not difficult with his level of cultivation. The man replied that in another situation he would have easily found her, but this time, for some reason, he couldn't. Even when using magical power, the head can only see a thick fog without the possibility of detecting any traces. So Lan must pave the way for them. There are still places in the cultivation world that he cannot explore. It is necessary to check whether what he said is true. In reported that Lin had found a way to end the destroyed Tianyin meridians. But the elder did not allow him to do this. Things can't go wrong after so many years of planning. This simply shouldn't have happened. The subordinate asked what to do if they found her, whether to ask her to return home. The head of the clan replied that, of course, if she doesn't want to, then they can at least break all her limbs, but there is only one condition for her to remain alive. The servant was surprised where such cruelty came from. Don't such words mean that she can be maimed if she starts to resist? Suddenly, another elder appeared and suggested that the girl could simply have fun in this way. The boss shouldn't be so focused on this. Let him instruct someone to bring it back. The man turned to his son or said that in the future he will become the next head of the dynasty, so he must go through this test. But let him remember that she should be returned alive. The young man replied that he understood everything, but what should he do if Inlan decided to stop him? The man replied that the In clan was just a relic of the past that should have been buried in history long ago. Since he is the last member of this sect, he must cease to exist. Meanwhile, at the master's house, Lin heard some noise and came to the conclusion that her uncle must have returned. The man appeared at the door, bleeding and barely able to stand on his feet. Lin quickly ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The man replied that everything was fine with him and he was very glad that he could see her. Looking at his huge wound, the girl asked what happened to him and why he was covered in blood. The uncle did not explain anything, and the girl continued to ask who dared to do this to him. The old man was horrified by such serious damage. Sin came closer to him and asked him to remain silent for now so that he could try to ease his pain. With the help of his magical influence, the wound began to gradually heal. But suddenly, Lan started coughing up blood again and the wound became the same as it was originally. The old man did not understand how this was possible and asked what caused him such injury. The girls were shocked and asked what happened to him. Sin felt a cold yin aura that was absorbing his life force, and the impact of his magical power only made everything worse. Lan replied that it was all useless. The strength in his cause is unique to the Yin clan. No one can heal this wound except the members of this sect. After which, he asked the guys to leave them for a while, since he needed to have a serious conversation with Miss Alone. After everyone left, Lin anxiously asked what really happened. First of all, the man exclaimed that she should never return to the sect. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about and why she couldn't return home, and asked him to explain normally what happened there in the end. He replied that there were some things he would like to tell her later, but at the moment, there was no other option. Her birth mother and he belonged to an ancient clan, but compared to the Sui clan, the clan members are not weak. It is extremely rare to obtain a blood legacy. Because of this, their sect continued to gradually fade away. There are less than 100 people left from her mother's generation. The clan has a special type of blood inheritance. He can gather the pure yin power of heaven and earth and spread it throughout the body. The more energy collected in the body, the stronger the magic will be. During cultivation, success is achieved with half the effort. Her mother was the strongest person in the Yin clan because she had a unique talent. Previously, many admired her. At that time, her father was very smart and hypocritical. He surrounded her mother with attention since, due to his status as a young leader, he was held in high esteem. An ordinary cultivator was no match for him. The guy even promised her that he would use the power of Sui to restore her Yin clan in the future. After which her mother agreed to the marriage. At that time, her uncle gave up courting her mother and also joined the clan. Things went well for a while, until her mother died during childbirth and no one understood why this happened. The man was very angry and tried to ask her father about what happened, but he changed dramatically and was no longer the same as before. The young man became very cold-blooded. No matter how Lan begged him, the guy continued to remain silent. In his eyes, he even managed to notice a trace of murderous intent. In this regard, he decided to stop being afraid because he had to find out about the death of her mother. Therefore, while taking care of the baby, he secretly began to investigate the cause of death. The girl felt very sad from this truth, but she asked what happened next. The uncle said that she gradually grew up, and throughout this time, Lan conducted an investigation but never found anything, until he returned back to the clan to tell the head that he had found a way to cure her illness. After hearing the information, the man became furious and said that he had been planning everything for so long, and now his uncle came here with the news that they had managed to find a way to heal the destroyed meridians. The man was shocked by his reaction and asked what kind of plan we were talking about. The head created the meridians through special means and used the characteristics of her mother's special bloodline to deliberately push them into her body. This was an important condition for him to make it to a high level. Does Lan? How much effort he had to put into the adventure. Now Lin wants to be cured, and when this happens, all the power will leave her body. It turns out that the reason why her mother died is directly related to her father, who developed this plan a long time ago. Not only does the girl have Tianin meridians in her body, but her dad also used them as nutrients that he needed to achieve a higher level of cultivation. Lin was horrified and replied that her uncle really meant that it was her father who did all this, and the wounds were also inflicted on her by him. The man replied yes. The head actually could have killed him, but he didn't. At first, he didn't understand why, but now he began to guess. Since the meridians in her body are an important nutrient for its development, she will do everything possible to find her. At the moment, she's in a hidden world, so even her father will have a hard time finding her. He saved his life only to follow his trail to her. Lan originally didn't want to come back here, fearing that her father would find him. But then I thought that as long as the master was here, they were in no danger. The man is generally frightened by the thought that she will return to the Cui clan. Uncle asked what happened to her meridians. The girl replied that thanks to Chen, she no longer feels them. Now Lin can already develop and her strength will grow very quickly. In addition, even the elder Qin Yunqi promised to teach her, and Sister Yunlan shares her experience of self-improvement with her, although it is difficult for her to understand what it is all about. The girl almost cried when she first felt the magical power. Everything is as the master said. Now the Tianin meridians have become a nutrient for her, and the cultivation path should go like clockwork. Saying that this was great news, the uncle fell to the floor unconscious. Lin was very scared for him. Meanwhile, in the city of Yuhua, our hero's filling fell out of his pie and he had a bad feeling. Uncle Lan was getting worse, even though she had now gotten rid of the destroyed meridians. But she couldn't help him. His cultivation level was rapidly falling. If you continue to delay, then everything could end badly. The old man said that he could not cope with the wounds inflicted. The head of the Suoi clan is powerful, and even at the peak of his powers, he would not be his equal opponent. Yunlin stated that only the eldest can help now, but why has he been gone for so long? After some time, the doors opened and Chen appeared, who said that he was uneasy at heart, so he decided to return early. Lin immediately rushed to him and began to ask him for help, since only he could save her uncle. The master exclaimed that he had really returned. The girl replied that yes, but he was in very serious condition and it was all because of her. The young man asked her to stop blaming herself and quickly take him to the victim. Sin said that this injury was constantly consuming his vitality. He wanted to help him, but turned out to be unable to do so. The guy replied that it was okay, let them leave this matter to him. The main thing is that they tried to do something. Looking at him, our hero noted that the wound was extremely serious, but it looked more like poisoning and there could be no other option. If this is not treated urgently, he may die. The one who inflicted such a wound on him has powerful skill. Then he turned to everyone present and said that he would now take care of his treatment and let them be on hand and help him. Then he started handing out assignments. Let Yunlan go to the plantation to get medicinal herbs from the first 2 beds, and Lin should bring hot water. Everyone who is on the territory of his house is considered his guests. Therefore, he cannot ignore their problems. While taking out the acupuncture kit, Qian thought that no matter whether Lan was injured or poisoned, he would do whatever it took to get him back on his feet. Some time later, the man came to his senses and his wound began to heal. The guys were delighted that the eldest dealt with it so quickly and brought their uncle to his senses. Chen said that now it is necessary to remain in bed. His injury was not too serious. The real problem was a substance unknown to him, but he removed it, so there was no need to worry. Now Lan can move. After some time, he will fully recover and feel like before. The man began to thank the elder and said that he did not feel any threat to his body and that the magical power was even greater than it was before. Lin ran into the room and she immediately rushed to hug her uncle because she was very worried about him and was glad that he finally felt better. The old man exclaimed that the master was very good at his job and he was very ashamed of himself that he could not heal his friend. Our hero thought to himself that few could compare with him in medical art. The next day, the ancestor admired that it looked like a real miracle. It felt as if Lan's body had become even stronger than it was before, and in general, there was no trace left of the wound. Watching this picture, the prince asked that they really got along so well with each other before. Yunlan replied that yes, they were good friends. Then Lin approached them and the girl immediately began asking how she was feeling and if she wanted to tell the master about her situation. The girl replied that she hadn't really thought about it yet, but in general, she wouldn't want to bother everyone more because of her problems, because this all concerns only her family. Sin told her not to worry, as the eldest was a very noble man and would definitely help. Lin thought to herself that even though they resolved the issue with the destroyed meridians, their strength still remained. So the guys are right. At the moment, only Chen can help her. DCT began to support her and talk that she will succeed. With a person like her eldest, she has absolutely nothing to fear. Even the fox began to rub against her legs, in this way expressing her support. The girl thought for a while and said that let everyone wait until tomorrow and she would tell Qian everything. The next day, Lin was drinking tea with the master and did not know how to start the conversation she needed. The fox pushed her lightly and told her to stop stalling for time and tell her everything. She immediately nervously exclaimed that there was actually something that she had wanted to tell him for a long time. Our hero thought that it looked like she was going to confess her love to him. The girl continued that she had one conversation with him, but she didn't know if he would like it. Chen began to panic from this situation and think that she really likes him. This is not a particularly appropriate time or place to declare your love. Besides, isn't she from a rich family? How could she even like him? But he's not sure what she wants to say yet, so it will be awkward if he misunderstood her. Lin cautiously said that someone from her clan might come here soon. The guy began to think that he had some questions, because Miss was small and had been away from home for so long, accompanied by one person. Since this world is extremely dangerous, why didn't anyone from her family start to worry? She reminded him of a girl who ran away from her family because of unrequited love. And when the clan gets on her trail, they will, of course, come after her. Just looking at her facial expression, it becomes clear that she had a falling out with her parents. The girl continued to say that she had been on bad terms with her family since childhood after her mother died. Absolutely everyone treats her with disdain. The guy thought that apparently she meant that someone from her family would come to pick her up, and most likely she ran away due to very bad circumstances. Family relationships greatly influence the future behavior of children. Harmony in the family can help them feel loved and safe, as well as promote psychological health. On the other hand, a tense and cold atmosphere can cause them anxiety and restlessness. Thus, the emotional relationship of parents has a very great influence on the development of the child. The guy thought that after spending so much time together, he began to understand Lynn. She is a very smart, sensitive girl, and judging by the tone of her voice, she spoke about her family with slight disgust and fear. From all this, we can conclude that Lynn does not want to return home precisely because something very unpleasant awaits her there. Our hero said that it means she doesn't want to return home, and there is some reason for this. Then he asked if she hoped for his help. Lynn thought that this still concerns a family completely unfamiliar to him, and is it normal to ask him to interfere in his affairs? The guy thought to himself that he was just a small tradesman without any power. If such an influential family brought life-threatening guards, he would no longer be able to go to work. The girl began to cry and said that if she returned home, not only she would be in danger, but also her uncle. It dawned on the young man that this was all connected with the mysterious reason why Lan received such a terrible wound. He can say with confidence that everything the girl said is the pure truth. Everything has become too complicated. It turns out that he is one of those kind-hearted people who cannot defend themselves, but at the same time tries to help others. But if a human life is at stake, then he agrees and cannot refuse in such a difficult situation. Chen's support, Lin was reassured. She knew that her word would be kept. They are in no way related to each other, but knowing that he would have to face one of the most ancient clans, the young man still decided not to leave her in trouble. As long as the elder stands behind her, even her selfish family will not be able to get to her. Master, the most powerful hidden practitioner in the world. If it had been anyone else in his place, he would have refused immediately. The girl could not contain her emotions and simply burst into tears, expressing words of gratitude to him. The guys eavesdropping on the entire conversation noted that now there is no need to worry and everything will definitely be fine. Then everyone continued to go about their normal business. After Lin learned the truth about her mother's death, she began to train even harder than before. Chen's courtyard returned to its normal appearance and became quiet. But a very important event was happening outside. The Yuyuwa sacred land secretly gathered all the powerful cultivators from different parts of the world. It got to the point that they even began to attract their old enemies. At the same time, the master who had recently caused a stir in the cultivation world and fought often suddenly fell silent, and no one knew what had happened or understood why this was happening. Emperor Dian Qiyundao also heard these rumors. He was wondering what the Yuhua sacred land was planning to do right after returning from the Elder. Isn't it obvious that he is their target? He would like to come to the master again, but he has too many things to do and he cannot visit him yet. Qi would like to help and ask Chen about the wooden sword, but knowing what abilities the young man has, whether he will be there or not, this will not play a special role. Therefore, the emperor comes to him after he sorts out his problems. Meanwhile, the son of the head of Lan Sui, whose name is Lin Yu, went in search of the fugitives. Stopping at one place, he asked if it was here that traces of Inlan were lost. The wards confirmed that yes. What was strange to him was that he didn't even feel a trace of the Tianan meridians, but his father taught him to track them. They reached the gate of the sacred lands of Yuihua, but achieved nothing. The guy miscalculated in that he thought it would be an easy task. He wondered how these two managed to hide so thoroughly. Lin Yu does not feel even a hint of their presence at all. If he doesn't find them, it means he won't be able to fulfill his father's order, and he will lose all the reputation he has earned. Also, the right of succession to the throne of the head of the family will also be at risk. The young man told his servants that Lin's whereabouts were still unknown, so there was no need to act rashly. If Lan managed to escape, then everything they did before would be in vain. The most important task for them now is to grab Lin, and Lan can be dealt with later. Besides, he is injured and will not be able to cope with them. Most likely, he's not even a match for the three of them right now, so there's no rush. Traveling further, the servants wondered why they went towards the sacred land of Yuhua. Perhaps the uncle knows that they have started looking for them and wants to deliberately confuse their tracks. Lin Yu replied that it was entirely possible that they managed to infiltrate there and then used powerful technology to hide their location. It doesn't matter that this is sacred ground. If they deliberately hide them, then it can be considered an open declaration of war on their clan, so they will easily be wiped off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, the old man asked to tell in more detail how everything actually happened to this little girl. The man replied that the meridian power that still remained in her body not only supported her in cultivation, but also became a blessing for her body. After Miss was born, the Tianin in her body were formed by the head of the Siui clan, using the pure yin power from her mother's body. Thus, a powerful force appeared that could not be controlled. But now, the master's method allowed her to become stronger. The elder is so powerful that he can do such actions. Meanwhile, Lin Yui noticed a wooden hut and said that it was just an ordinary one. He does not feel any fluctuations in magical power on her part. Obviously, mere mortals live there. Lin couldn't stop with them. Lan is wounded, which means his magical power has decreased. He wouldn't bring her to a place like this because he couldn't disguise himself that well. But the wards objected that, after all, the aura of Lan disappeared precisely in this territory. The guide told him to calm down and wait a minute. He will now check everything with his consciousness. The young man saw that in appearance it was an ordinary wooden hut and there was no aura in it at all. But the point was not that they could not be found, but in the house itself. Meanwhile, our hero was thinking that today he would spend the whole day at home again. Life, of course, forces him to go to Yuhua, but being here is much better. Moreover, a handyman has appeared in the yard who carries out absolutely all the instructions that are given to him. Now all that remains is to find a chef who would take care of the cooking and everything would be just fine. He then turned his attention to Uncle Lan's clothes. He walked around in the same torn clothes in which he came after being wounded. There is no place for him to buy new clothes in these mountains, so it seems that Qian will have to go to Yuhua after all. But suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He uses his top-notch sewing skills to make new clothes. In any case, it's still better than just messing around. When the man saw the package that the master brought, he thought that he could not afford such a thing. What was wrapped in this package contained true intention, and his blood immediately began to boil. Lan exclaimed that the elder had previously saved his life, and there was no way to repay him for this, and now he was offering an incredible artifact. He simply has no right to it. The guy replied that he was giving it in exchange for his torn clothes. Things are tailored according to the parameters of his body. If he does not want to wear them, then let him not wear them, and then all the work he has done will be unnecessary. The uncle exclaimed that this was too sudden a blessing, but he would listen and accept it. The young man told him to just take this and change his clothes quickly. When the man changed his clothes, the young man was happy that the clothes fit him perfectly. Lan thanked him and said that after he put it on, he felt his soul begin to change. Then our hero said that he had other things to do, so he needed to go. And while he was gone, they would look after the yard. Sin reported that he was suddenly attracted to a manifestation of supreme divine power while reading a health encyclopedia. He didn't at all expect that his brother would receive such an artifact, so let him accept his congratulations. The man replied that as soon as he put it on, he began to feel the blood boiling inside him. Magical energy simply boils, overflowing like water in a river. Xin said that perhaps his cultivation level had increased, so let him not put it off until later and demonstrate it. Lan thought that the old man was right, and he should respect the master. The incredible power that appeared in his hands was both terrifying and delightful. Meanwhile, the servants thought that this was the land of mortals, and they were wasting their time here. Lin Yui replied that this hut is a problem in itself. There was a feeling that there was a powerful force here that was interfering with his investigation. One of the services said that it seemed like Lan's aura had completely disappeared. The guy suggested that the fugitives were in this wooden house, since it even blocks the secret method of the Sui clan. His divine consciousness can spread over thousands of li. Considering the level of cultivation of the servants, the trio of them would not be able to achieve this. The hut is right in front of them, but he does not feel the aura that is inside him at all. Most likely there is a person there who helps hide those they need. But there is no need to rush. Lan is wounded, but during a desperate battle, he can sacrifice his bloodline, which will be extremely troublesome for them. Moreover, they might be assisted by an extremely powerful cultivator. So just in case, let them create a murderous golden extermination Dogen formation here. This technique is one of the secret techniques of the Sui clan, which has powerful killing energy. 200,000 deadly balls are created, which cover a huge area, then destroy everything around. The stronger the controller, the more deadly the power. Even a saint sovereign of the sacred lands would find it too difficult to handle this method. Using something like this to deal with Lan is too much. Lin Yui replied that he wanted to use this great formation not only to deal with In, but also with Lin. This is all for the sake of the stable future that awaits him as the next head of the clan. With his bloodline talent, the Sui sect would be in his hands. Why should he put up with the existence of such an insignificant sister? Because the Tianan Meridians are a real humiliation for their dynasty. But the father, for some reason, saved her life. And he will make sure that tens of thousands of swords pierce her heart so that he can calm down his anger. The guy already imagines in his imagination how amazing this feeling is, and, of course, he will also destroy that unknown, powerful cultivator. In the meantime, the girl was engaged in training and her spiritual development. The guys watching from the sidelines exclaimed that she was doing great and was improving herself very quickly. After which, they said that they had brought some pastries that the master had prepared, so they invited her to relax with them. The girl thanked them since food increases her cultivation level over and over again, and after eating, classes go much better. Yunlin asked if she's been overdoing it too much lately since she hardly sees Lin resting, so her body doesn't need rest breaks. The friend replied that there was no need to worry about it. Since she was cured, her body is simply filled with strength, so training is a breeze for her. The prince said that it was still noticeable that she was still worried about her family coming here and what would happen to the eldest. The girl asked that it was really so noticeable. In fact, she really has been studying so hard lately because she doesn't want to blame all her problems on the master. After all, this matter concerns her family. It would be very good if she could figure everything out on her own, and in general, she wants to end her father on her own. Yunlan replied that she understood everything and asked her not to overwork herself anymore. Then she added that now she needed to quickly eat the remaining food, otherwise it would get completely cold. But suddenly, the girl felt an aura that only members of her clan could control. This was the Dogen Golden Extermination Killing Formation. Lin noted that it turns out that they found the hut yesterday, and all this time they were building a trap behind their backs. What a bad time they were. This is in the style of her father, and her brother will do everything possible to ensure that the throne ends up in his hands. Initially, her father killed her mother for his own selfish purposes, and now he began to act further. Also, he wanted to kill Uncle Lan. The girl did not understand why this was so. The same blood flows in their veins, they are family, but this connection pierced her body like thorns all her life. Her uncle was not related to her by blood, but regardless of this, he treated her as his own daughter. The master also has nothing to do with her, but still gave her a second life. The question ripened in her head whether blood relationship had any significance. Since it has become such a burden for her and only causes pain, she wants to deal with it herself. Yunlan said with concern that her relatives had arrived and asked if she wanted the girl to call the elder. Lin replied that it was not necessary. First, she wants to meet them herself. Meanwhile, Lin Yui was wondering why. Until now, no one had shown up. They couldn't run away in cowardice. It looks like they will have to act first, bringing the formation into action. The young man would never believe that he could not destroy this wooden house with her help. It would also be wonderful to cripple these two non-entities. He will turn their life into hell incarnate. But suddenly, he saw his sister who came out to him and noted that it seemed like she still had at least a little courage left in her. The young man asked what happened. Wasn't she going to run away with her tail between her legs? The girl replied that she did not expect him to appear here so quickly. Then she added that she wanted to ask the question why they needed to attack Uncle Lan if their main target was her. The young man laughed loudly and said that this was all just funny. Father said that the members of the Yin clan must be destroyed once and for all. Lin replied that if they weren't going to leave him alone, then she, in turn, wouldn't watch it quietly. The guy sarcastically said that my sister couldn't defend herself, but suddenly she decided to stand up for others. The girl asked if he wanted to say that her father's goal was to kill her. The young man answered no. Dad ordered her to be brought to him alive, after which Lin Yu said that since she had already come, there was no point in carrying on empty talk. Let the servant start the formation. First, you need to pounce on her, and then take her back with you. At the same time, it is necessary to destroy Inlan and all the inhabitants of that wooden house, after which thousands of swords were activated and were ready to attack at any moment. The girl advised them to stop. If they want to fight, it is better to move away. Otherwise, if they disturb the master, they will never be able to leave here. The young man laughed and said that, after all, there was a person in that house who was standing behind her. In any case, he's just a faded, hidden cultivator who doesn't even want to show himself. But then I heard a magical melody and asked where it was coming from. It simply shook the divine consciousness. Brother's subordinates felt that their body was paralyzed and they could not move. Lin happily exclaimed that it was her sister Yunlan. The guy didn't like that she managed to make friends because she's worthless. Since childhood, Lin has been nothing of herself, after which he decided that he would send this girl to hell. And if she wants to blame someone for her death, then let her reproach herself and regret that she became friends with his sister. Then he sent a powerful energy stream towards Yunlan, but unexpectedly he encountered some kind of defense. The young man was taken aback by the fact that his spell simply bounced back and she could not cope with it. After which I felt something strange. Looking at his sister, he realized that she had managed to heal Tianin's torn meridians. Now she has become even stronger and was even able to repel his magical blows. The young man became completely furious and shouted that this was all unforgivable. It turns out that the father was serious about his sister only because of her mysterious power of the Tianin meridian. In order to become the future head of the clan, he must finally deal with her. If someone really helped her cure them, then he would like to see who had the courage to go against his great Sui clan. The girl noted that he was too serious and began to suspect the existence of an elder. Then she turned to Yunlan and told her to try to hold back those three so that they would not bring the formation into full action and she would take on her brother. Then she asked her to be careful since she still has to find her real path, and this is all just the beginning. Yunlan replied that she understood everything, after which she sat down to play her divine melody on the zither. Thanks to this game, a shell appeared around the subordinates that did not allow them to do anything. The young man noted that it seemed that her friend was having a hard time. I wonder how long she will act so bravely. In any case, it is too late to bow your head and meekly go over to his side. Lin replied that she believes in her and she will succeed, but he still doesn't understand this since he only cares about himself. Declaring that such a non-entity had no right to judge him, the young man rushed to attack her. Brother and sister faced a fierce confrontation and were in no way inferior to each other in strength. Lin felt the spiritual energy fluctuate. Then she noticed that the trio had freed themselves and were about to use the power of the sword again. Yunlan screamed that she tried very hard, but she didn't succeed, and now she didn't understand what to do. The young man looked at the huge projection of the sword and was excited about what was going to happen next. Without thinking twice, Lin spread her butterfly wings in order to cover the territory where her loved ones were. Yunlan noted that her friend is having a very difficult time right now, but she still can't help. The elder said that she herself had to find her true path, but so far nothing had worked out, and she didn't know what to do now. Suddenly, a fox appeared and said that everyone has their own weaknesses. Not to mention a man who had been alone with his thoughts for so long. One of the servants did not understand what this wonderful aroma began to envelop him, after which a beautiful girl appeared in front of him, as if out of nowhere. Taking them by surprise, Tushin used her magical powers and threw them aside. Then she said that sometimes it is very important to be able to cheat in time and added that she was in a hurry to help them. Together, they must be able to overcome them. Lin was very pleased that Mo decided to join the difficult battle, after which, having gathered their strength, the girls simultaneously began to attack the uninvited guests. The subordinates did not expect such strong attacks from the three masters, who disrupted all their plans. The brother became completely furious and shouted that he would tear Lin into small pieces. The Sui clan dates back to ancient times. The strength of their bloodline is very great. Lin, on the other hand, combined two bloodlines, the Sui clan and the In clan. She remembered how the master told her that the girl had recently cured her meridians and still did not know how to use the new power that she had acquired. But there was no need to rush into it. Suddenly, Lin felt unwell, and it seemed that her body completely stopped listening to her. The brother immediately began to gloat that she was afraid of his strength and that her sister was a real scum of society. The girl understood that she could not attack first now, since her forces had practically dissipated. Meanwhile, Lin Yui's magical forces were approaching faster and faster. The girl began to think that this was really the end. But suddenly, an uncle appeared in front of Lin, who came to her defense, covering her with himself. Thanks to the clothes given by Chen, he gained incredible strength. That's why he hit Lin Yui with all his might. After which, he apologized to the girl for being late, but she replied that it was okay. Lan was just in time. Then he twirled in front of her and asked how she liked his outfit, but it really looked great. Sin reported that the elder did it with his own hands. It dawned on Lin Yui that this was the same Uncle Lan. But how could this be possible? He was very seriously wounded and poisoned. That day, his father severely injured him and everyone thought that he would soon die. After which, the In clan had to cease to exist forever. But now, he appeared before him alive and absolutely healthy. Plus, I was even able to hit him hard. The guy didn't understand what was happening. Why is his power so powerful? Lan is now much stronger than him, but he couldn't reach that level of cultivation in such a short period of time. This is unforgivable. Lin Yui is a representative of the Sui clan. How can he be treated like this? In any case, behind them is someone very powerful who dared to go against his sect. Lan told him that the young man had shown his true colors. He constantly wants to cause everyone only pain. However, he does not have the strength to go against them, and the young man will pay for everything. The guy exclaimed sarcastically that he was very scared and asked how he dare threaten him. The uncle replied that he was not threatening him, but was simply going to teach him a lesson. Then he told Lin that he would lure him into a trap, and then Miss would decide for herself what to do with him. Literally a moment later, the young man was paralyzed in a ball of fire. The girl was very glad to receive such help and thanked Uncle Lan for being there on time. The uncle replied that there was no need for thanks. Let the girl not be afraid of anything and start acting. The young man could not believe that everything would end this way and tried to break free, but nothing worked. Sin noted that he is completely under their control and is gradually losing his incarnation. Lin prayed that she would have at least a little strength because she could not miss such a wonderful opportunity. Seeing his sister approaching him, the young man began to get nervous and ask what she was going to do. Then he immediately remembered that they were relatives and asked not to do anything with his brother. But the girl began to strike with all her might, saying that this was her revenge for all the humiliation that she had to endure because of him. Also, for the atrocities he committed against others and for disrespecting her elder. And he also wanted to kill Uncle Lan, who is her closest person. The guy began to think that he is the youngest representative of the Sui clan who will decide destinies, so everyone around him wants to harm him. He must complete the task given by his father so that in the future he can ascend to the throne. After which he took out a magic item and thought that he had to kill his uncle at all costs and return Lin home. The young man hissed that they were all worthless and really thought they could stop him. Seeing the object of the ancient gods in his hands, Lan realized that this was not good. Lin realized that he decided to summon a double with the help of the ancient god of the abyss. The very moment Lin Yui crushed the ancient jade in his hand, this mysterious power began to flow out of him, emitting an incredible aura. It quickly spread between heaven and earth in just a few moments. At that very moment, All the strongest cultivators in this world felt powerful energy fluctuations. Shen thought to himself that this aura could only come from a member of the ancient Void clan. It seems Yuz was right. It looks like that mysterious man has something to do with ancient artifacts. Emperor Dian understood that it was coming from the direction of the elder's wooden house, but he did not understand what could have happened there that made him gasp in horror. His Majesty hoped that the master was okay, but decided to go there and see what was happening just in case. The strange glow did not disappear and continued to frighten. It spread in an instant over a radius of 1,000 miles. The people of the Dian dynasty and the Holy Land of Yuhua began to feel the changes taking place. They were felt by everyone, young and old, who had at least some connection with cultivation, but they still had no idea what they would have to go through next. The young man shouted that everyone would die in order to ensure the safety of such a beautiful young lord like him. The Jade Tablet is capable of projecting a clone of the current head of the Siwai clan. This is his father, who is one of the most powerful cultivators in this world. Seeing him, the girl was flooded with memories of how he ordered her to give up searching for a cure for her illness and accept fate as it is. Uncle closed her with him again and told her not to be afraid, because everything should be fine, and he was next to her. The guy laughed and said that he was a fool. Could it be his dying words? "I'm next to you. This is some kind of joke." Lan is a non-entity, and how dare he even talk in the presence of his father without permission? Even if there were 100 of them, his dad, with one wave of his hand, could put everyone in their place. Just one slap and they'll drop dead. But suddenly, the head of the Siwai clan punched his son in the face because he was tired of listening to this chatter. The blow was so strong that the young man flew down at great speed and hit the ground with all his might. Those around were not prepared for such a turn of events, so they were very surprised. Lying on the ground, face down, Lin Yui asked why his father did this to him. The man replied that he was annoyed by a bunch of annoying mosquitoes and the fact that his son used the order of the ancient gods for such a trifle. But since he's here, he'll have to kill everyone and figure out a way to bring Lin back. As soon as he began to reach his hand towards them, Uncle Lan attacked it with the help of his magical abilities. The man only felt a tingling and soreness in his hand, then looked at Lan in surprise. The uncle said that this blow was inflicted as revenge for the young lady's mother, and the next blow would be for the many years of abuse against Lin, after which he again rushed to attack the hated head of the clan, who had caused them so much harm. The man began to remember how many years ago he was informed that the lady from the Yin clan had an admirer. This is love from her childhood. His name is Lan, and he is from the collateral line of the Yin family. The head of the clan exclaimed that this small fry was not even worthy of his attention. He cannot be compared with him in any way, so there is no need to even give importance to this. Lan quickly struck, one after another. The man had already begun to think that this projection was worse than the real body, but must have the powers of the limit of the Celestials. Why, then, is he able to cope with it? Sin noted that clothing given by an elder is equivalent to a weapon of a celestial being. She has strengthened him so much that he can even fight with cultivation levels higher than his own. The head of the clan was annoyed that he was flying here and there like a fly, and he did not have time to do anything with him. Therefore, he sharply attacked him with his magical power, but Lan successfully repelled it. The man did not expect that this was possible and wondered what was going on, because it was contrary to common sense. Everything is very strange, and something is clearly wrong here. Sin noted that from the outside, it seemed that it was impossible to fight on equal terms. It all looked like an ant was trying to defeat an elephant. The man began to guess that Lan was helped by the same person who cured his daughter's Tianyin meridians. Something urgently needs to be done to take Lin away before this cultivator appears here. Uncle began to feel his hand going numb, and this meant that his strength had reached its limit. Before it dries up completely, it is necessary to fight off this projection. Then he noticed that the head of the Siui clan had stopped moving, which meant he was up to something. Lan decided not to wait for what was about to happen and to attack first, because everything should work out for him and there was not much time left. But suddenly, some kind of field was activated and blue rays began to pierce his body like a laser. The girls were surprised because they stopped those three and did not allow them to accomplish their plan. It turned out that the head of the clan forced his assistants to use their bodies for the spell, and it was very cruel. Sin exclaimed that Xu Yuantian really doesn't care about the fate of his assistants at all. The man chuckled and replied that this was a very stupid question. Seeing how Uncle Lan tried to dodge the swords that attacked him, Yun Lan offered to try to help him. The old man exclaimed that they really thought they could do something about it. This deadly field has already reached the peak of its strength. It is on the threshold of the peak level of the celestial pedestal, so let them not look at it, but run away from here as quickly as possible. The head of the clan began to extend his hand in their direction and asked why they thought they could leave, because he didn't allow them. Meanwhile, Uncle Lan was completely exhausted and could not resist the swords that attacked him from different sides. Uncle thought that even with the divine robe from the elder, this is all he is capable of. And then, we can say that Lan borrowed this power. Then, he mentally addressed Lin and said that he hoped that she could take care of herself. But, unexpectedly, the girl picked him up and told him not to create problems for her because she couldn't live without him. Her uncle is the only one left from her family. Therefore, let him not decide to give up. Little Miss was in a hurry to get to the hut as soon as possible, because there they should be safe. The head of the clan remembered how his wife whispered as she died that his affairs would never go the way he wanted. The man did not answer this, but said that he was convinced that an ominous aura was felt in this child, and he absolutely definitely carried the power of Chiu Mei. Everything goes according to plan, and step by step, he approaches his true goal. He only needs this child to carry out his plans. Now all that remains is to wait for the girl to grow up and the first results begin to appear. Meanwhile, our heroes saw that the attack was stopped by an unknown magical force. The elder did not understand what had happened and where the whole 1,000 deadly swords had gone. He couldn't wrap his head around the idea that anyone could resist his strength. This man is clearly a great master. Yun Lan asked that maybe the old man knows what happened, but he replied that it seems that not only he, but also the head of the Sui clan, is not aware of this. The man decided not to give up and try again to attack the target with 200,000 swords. This time, he will keep his eyes open and carefully observe all their actions. But suddenly, a bright glow began to emanate from the ground. Sin noted that a huge amount of golden runes appeared between heaven and earth. A moment later, a huge lotus appeared around the territory of Chen's house, repelling the attack. These swords were ready for a bloodbath, but everything suddenly disappeared in an instant. So suddenly, like a stone falling into water, the man behind Lin has incredible power, and everything they have seen before is just the tip of the iceberg. Most likely, he is an ancient deity. Such monsters mainly live only among ancient ruins. It is almost impossible to meet them. They always know the origin and name of their opponents. But the man has nothing to lose, and he must take his daughter by any means. This is his only way out. In this, the great power of destruction and murder can help him. It's okay, even if the whole world turns into ruins. You just need to gather all your forces together and attack one target. Our heroes noted that it seems he has gone crazy and wants to destroy the entire world. Thousands of miles around will suffer if they don't do something urgently. A moment later, a murderous ray of light hit the ground, ready to destroy everything in its path. The prince told everyone not to panic. The eldest would definitely help everyone. He saw with his own eyes how, with the help of the master, his father defeated the monsters from the clan of the golden-winged bird Pen. Meanwhile, a huge projection of our hero materialized in the sky, which was going to stop this disaster. Yuan was ready to sacrifice his life in order to destroy everything in his path. He hit the small house in the most terrible way. This power destroyed everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, a blue silhouette appeared whose power exceeded that of the clan head many times over. This figure simply exists, but his name alone makes almost everyone tremble with fear. People did not understand what this powerful force of heaven and earth was, and how such a strange phenomenon could even happen. There was probably a fight to the death between great cultivators going on at the moment. The emperor thought that everything was about to end, and he was in vain in such a hurry to help. Shen mused that Yuz was right that this mysterious master wanted to harm the world of cultivators. The fact that such a powerful man lived in their world was both fascinating and frightening. The only thing they could do was hope that everything would end well. But this seemed unlikely, and everyone was ready to meet their death. Lin had a vision of a girl calling her to come closer. Her face was not visible, but her voice was of unearthly beauty. The girl guessed who it was. It was her mother, so the girl was not afraid. She immediately came closer to her and took her hand. Lin cried and said that she never thought she would have this opportunity. Mom said that her daughter has become so grown up and she wants to say goodbye to her properly. Then she hugged her tightly to herself and the girl burst into tears even more from the surge of emotions. The head of the clan saw a familiar silhouette in the distance, which was gradually approaching. Then the man recognized his wife, who died during childbirth, and did not understand how this was even possible. The woman began to strike him with the help of her magical powers and said that she warned him that he would not be able to do what he wanted with impunity. He will never again dare to mock her girl, causing her pain and suffering. After which, she dealt a decisive blow which dispelled the projection of her ex-husband. As a result, the deadly attack was stopped with minimal losses. Uncle noticed that Lin was crying and asked what was wrong with her. She replied that she didn't know, and the tears rolled down on their own. Everyone started wailing around her and asking if she was okay, maybe if there were any painful injuries. Meanwhile, our hero just woke up after a sound sleep and stretched out into the yard. All the guests immediately rushed to him joyfully, but he did not understand what was happening. They decided that he was simply too modest. Meanwhile, the head of the Sui clan came to his senses in his palace and began coughing up blood. He noted that his cultivation had fallen to the third minor kingdom. The damage inflicted on the man was enough to seriously injure him. If the soul died, the body would be destroyed, so he was lucky. But suddenly a voice came from behind him, which said that, unfortunately, he was deeply mistaken. It was Lin's mother who said that a person like him should not exist on earth, so he should have no hope of salvation. Some time later, while drinking tea, Uncle Lan noted that, looking back, everything seemed simply unreal. Sin noted that Lan and Lin were very angry this time and showed off their full power. Now, Sui Yuan Tuan will not dare to try to provoke them again for a long time. The uncle replied that he himself did not expect that he would be able to do such a thing thanks to these clothes, but he must say thank you to all of them, because without them they would not have managed it. After which, he noted that it seems the prince and Yunlan have become very close. After the war, peace came to the hut, but not everything was so peaceful on the sacred land of Yuhua. Younger sister Yun wondered if she really wouldn't be able to break through to a new kingdom. This could have happened only before meeting the great master who helped her. And at this moment, her phoenix is about to break through and rise from the ashes. She could not even imagine that in order to awaken him, she would have to put her life on the line. After meeting the elder, her existence changed radically, and she simply had to repay his kindness. Yuz, who was watching her, noted that her sister would finish her internship very soon. For their clan, this is a great opportunity to improve their combat potential. As soon as she returns to the Heavenly Palace, we need to try to put her brains in place. Yun should take her words seriously because the eldest is an authority for her, and not like the guy she met. Then she noticed that the Holy Master and Ancestor had also come to observe. Shen noted that as he passed by this place, he felt that Yun's aura had seriously changed. Yuz replied that it was so. She feels her sister's breathing become stronger. This means that the youngest will soon break through to a new level. Peridot replied that this was wonderful and would certainly increase the combat power of their clans. The pressure that everyone felt from that mysterious man the other day made him anxious. The ancestor was shrouded in fear that shackled his entire body, but now that Yun Huan's cultivation is almost complete, he can breathe calmly. Plus, on their side will be the strength of cultivators gathered from all over the world. Therefore, they must become invincible. The Holy Lord noted that if one's own strength is not enough, then it is necessary to use the strength of a large number of people. Yuz believed that her sister would open her eyes and not allow this world to fall into the hands of evil people. Some time later, the breakthrough was completed. Yun thought to herself that her abilities had improved again and were higher than her older sisters. Not noticing that the eldest was below, the girl noted that she wanted to tell this news to the eldest as soon as possible, so she flew away. Having reached his house, the owner of the immortal body of the phoenix felt the aura of some other cultivators. Moreover, they all have extremely powerful cultivation abilities. From a distance, she saw Chen and thought that he looked so powerful and mysterious. The thought flashed through her mind that it had appeared here at the wrong time. But then she threw all this unnecessary away. Then she saw Yunlan approaching Qian, and this made her very upset. Yun wondered who this beautiful girl was. But a moment later, she was even more surprised as Lin appeared, and she felt that the girl was the owner of the meridian, and there was also Old Man Sin, who had been her ancestor's rival since youth. The girl noted that there weren't so many people here before, but she didn't care, so she threw herself into Chen's arms. Meanwhile, two men were extorting money and talking about how very little had been given, so more was needed. If the debtor does not explain everything now, then in the future, his words and actions will not be taken seriously. The boy cried and said that this is all he has. He now really needs money for his mother's treatment. Let them let him go this time, and as soon as she recovers, he will return the entire remaining amount. The extortionist shouted, how dare he ask him for anything at all? Then she suddenly grabbed the boy by the hair. But unexpectedly, his arm was torn off at the elbow, and he screamed in pain and horror. This was done by a suddenly appearing powerful cultivator from the Yao clan. When they saw him, the extortionists became very frightened and ran away as fast as they could. The boy began to thank him for saving him and asking how he could repay him for his help. The young man immediately grabbed him tightly and said that his soul was beautiful. It would make a wonderful Horcrux. The boy did not understand why he was grabbed. The guy explained that he is the owner of a rare spiritual root, so let him give him his soul, and this will be the best reward for him. After all, the soul is God's gift and is a great miracle. She lives forever and blossoms more and more every day. Meanwhile, the guests watched the tight embrace and did not understand what was going on here. Our hero noted that for the first time in his life, a girl hugged him so tightly. Then he asked what she was doing here. The girl replied that she came to thank the master for his instructions, which helped her break through to one of the steps of the Sindan kingdom. Then she added that she had just been too excited, so she could not cope with her feelings and asked for forgiveness. The guy didn't understand what she was talking about because he just sold her a wooden sculpture because he wanted to earn some money. Then I thought about what to answer her, because these are ordinary figures that I never gave any importance to, and there must have been some kind of misunderstanding here. Her thoughts were interrupted by the question of whether all these people lived together with the elder. Sin replied yes, they all learned from him. Chen clarified why she suddenly decided to ask about this. After thinking a little, Yun replied that she would also like to stay here and develop under the guidance of the master. She also knows that her older sister has been here. Everyone had to see her. This is Yuz from the Holy Land of Ascension. Sin noted that he had heard that the current guardian had a younger sister, but he could not even imagine that her magical power was in no way inferior to that of the elder. Yun stated that she wanted to compete with her relative for guardian status and also receive advice from the great elder. Uncle and Sin exclaimed that there really was an ordinary quarrel between the sisters and asked why they shouldn't become saints together. The girl replied that they did not understand anything. Then she added that her sister came to the master for help, but then she deliberately began at every step to put a spoke in his wheels and slander him. Therefore, she wants to put her in her place and teach her a lesson. Sin exclaimed that in his opinion, she was worrying completely in vain, but staying in Chen's territory could indeed significantly improve her skills. She is very smart, but living with negative emotions is not good. Moreover, her future fate depends on it. Yun noted that this old man is considered an enemy in the Holy Land, but for now, he is on her side. Our hero decided, just in case, to clarify whether she really wanted to stay here. The girl replied that yes, because in any case, she wants to be stronger than her sister because they have been constantly compared for many years. She too should become the pride of the Holy Land, and not just the guardian's sister. Yunlan exclaimed that she must be tired after a hard journey, so she should rest a little, and the master will still have time to teach her everything. Yun was a little surprised that she was received so warmly, but it was very nice. Meanwhile, in the Yuyuwa Heavenly Palace, Shen talked about how he had lived a very long life, but this was the first time he had heard about the desiccated corpse. The subordinate said that, judging by its condition, the corpse looked like a dried-out tree trunk. It seems that all the juices were squeezed out of his body and not a trace remained of his soul. Few people are capable of doing such a thing, so it should not be difficult to find out who exactly it was. According to the man who suffered at the hands of the criminal, he is a handsome man dressed all in green with long hair and a cold-blooded expression. Yuz thought to herself that this description seemed very familiar to her and, of course, decided that it was Chen. Shen thought that if it was really the elder, then everything was very bad. Last time, they escaped because he took advantage and was surrounded by Sin and the others. The ancestor cannot miss him, because according to Yuz, that master is incredibly dangerous, but he did not expect that Qian would suck the life out of a person. One of those present exclaimed that such rumors had circulated in the human world before. They just seemed to be exaggerated. There were only a few cultivators who died in the same way as this person. Also, they lost their soul and the powers of heaven and earth which were stored in their bodies. The worst thing is that they were killed by the evil arts of the demonic clan. After death, their souls turned into monsters that were worse than the devil, and the appearance of this demon is very similar to the description of the appearance of a criminal. The world Chen finds himself in is divided into 3 parts. This is the realm of immortality, which is at the top. The realm of humans and demons was in the center, the ancient clans were at the very bottom, and the rest of the space was empty and unknown. All demonic clans have their own sacred trees. The divine power bestowed by them can help the clan improve itself and bless them. The kingdom of immortality is isolated from the rest of the world. They say it is full of treasures, but it is very difficult to get into. Only some people can break through in development and get there, but there will be no turning back. The human kingdom borders on demon clans, so wars often break out. The environment of the ancient clans is harsh. Adversity befalls them, but they say that from ancient times, many powerful artifacts remain there. If a person is strong enough to fight this, then they will be able to find spiritual artifacts and grow significantly. At the moment, what was happening in the human world was associated with demons or powerful cultivators. Shen noted that new victims cannot be allowed to appear, and it seems that a battle is inevitable. The deceased were born with extremely strong spiritual roots. I wonder what would happen if their powers were combined. From the ancestor's face, Yuz realized that he had finally begun to take seriously everything that she had told him earlier. Meanwhile, Chen was thinking to himself why he caused conflict between the 2 sisters, to such an extent that it caused Yun to escape from the house. He said out loud that indeed he had met her older sister earlier, but she did not try to harm him. They made a couple of deals, so there's clearly some kind of misunderstanding here. Why don't they sit down and discuss everything in more detail? Yun noted to herself that the master was very generous and not only helped Yuz in her development, but also did not pay attention to her evil intentions. Lin and Yunlan took her hands and told her not to worry because nothing could confuse the elder. The girl thought to herself that every time she looked at Chen, her heart began to beat faster, and his smile was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. His eyes were simply mesmerizing, and Yun would never tire of looking into them. She also liked his sincerity and kindness, plus he had incredible culinary skills. After taking a bite, the girl felt her cultivation begin to improve. It seemed incredible. Each piece can save at least 10 years of development. Chen told her to eat slowly and added that if she wanted, she could stay, but on his terms. Then he asked if she agreed. The owner of the body of the immortal phoenix replied that she would agree to anything in order to stay here. The guy said that based on what he saw, the young man couldn't help her with cultivation, but he would give her some advice. When her sister came here, she behaved strangely. She was very nervous, but that doesn't mean the eldest is a bad person. Tolerance is the most important thing in getting along well with other people. This is a form of spiritual cultivation. The better the tolerance, the stronger the person. As far as the young man remembers, the girl bought ceramics from him last time, after which he offered to take up pottery with him. The young man thought to himself that recently, porcelain had been selling well in Yuyuwa City, so it would be wonderful if she could help him make more items to sell. Maybe then they will be able to eat more meat. Yun didn't understand why she needed this, but she was sure that the gentleman had some kind of plan. Clay remains clay, but after firing, it can be transformed into porcelain. As long as she remains patient and doesn't resist working with clay, she can be turned into something exquisite. Then the guy added that she could wait for her sister to come. The girl was surprised that he decided to call her here. Chen asked why she shouldn't come here. The girl only said that she could not object to him and let him do as he saw fit. Qian exclaimed that in that case, they would send her a letter and tell her to come to them to find out everything. I thought to myself that I didn't want to ruin family relationships, and the sooner they figured everything out, the better it would be. Sometime later, Yuz received a letter from her sister and said that it was written there that she wanted to see her in that wooden house. Shen exclaimed that this letter really meant a declaration of war. The girl replied that she did not know, but the younger one wrote that she was learning to sculpt from clay. It seems he completely brainwashed her. The ancestor exclaimed menacingly that which future saint would be involved in creating pots. If you have watched this far, I am very grateful to you. I hope you enjoyed this video because I put a lot of effort into creating it. I would be very grateful if you like this video and subscribe to the channel.